It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, devastation. The death toll rising overnight in Maui, where those massive wildfires are still raging this morning.
Oh my God.
Prompting urgent evacuations and rescue operations. We're there live. Then, new warning. We're taking a closer look at the new study linking the use of popular acid reflux drugs to dementia, what it means for the millions of Americans who take them on a daily basis. Plus, big business, what some are calling the menopause gold rush.
Ready to talk menopause?
Yes.
Why not? Right? Exactly. Finally.
Why the conversation has shifted and the company is now racing to put out products to help women. And swift departure. Taylor Swift finishes up her last U.S. show of the year with a special announcement for fans.
And I think instead of just like telling you about it, I think I'll just sort of show you.
The details on what she's doing and where she's headed next. Today, Thursday, August 10th, 2023.
On a girls trip from Alexandria, Louisiana.
Celebrating our 15th anniversary. Lifelong Today fans from Kingston, Oklahoma.
Here's my family from Zanesville, Ohio.
On Carson's 13th birthday trip.
From Watkinsville, Georgia. We brought Hallie to New York City.
To be on the Today Show.
Who knows what'll happen?
It's Lisa's birthday.
I'm turning 55.
From Philly.
Here from Kalamazoo, Michigan. Frisco, Virginia. And Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Celebrating Dad's homecoming
After 6 months overseas.
Welcome home and great to have everybody out on our plaza. We see you, cuties. It's Thursday morning. Listen, everybody should just come on back tomorrow because Kelsey Ballerini will be our live concert performer. That is tomorrow morning on Today. Hoda hates to miss it, but you know what? It's her birthday week celebration.
Yes.
Don't know if you've seen any of her
Hoda
posts.
is loved.
This woman is so loved. She's got her entire family around her.
That's sweet.
She posted some of this stuff people sent. It looks like a floral
the
shop.
flowers?
Maybe what she's really doing is opening a floral shop. That's what she's doing. It's so sweet. Megan Trainor called and serenaded her. So
Love you, Hoda.
we're so glad our Hoda's
Yeah.
enjoying some love and happy birthday. This morning we are tackling menopause. You know, there was a time not too long ago you'd never even hear that word on TV, but that is no longer the case.
It's a good thing. Conversations are opening up and even retailers are taking notice. NBC's Kristen Dahlgren is here with that story. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, we are about to say some things that I never thought I would be talking about on TV. Look, these are some of the products that I just looked into and they sent me all these claims, you know, menopausal hair help, moisturizers for all parts of your body, cooling sprays, even this bracelet that says it can adjust your temperature with just the touch of a button. This is most definitely not your mother's menopause.
What's it for?
Must be a condition, you know, you get the hot flushes.
That's how we used to talk about menopause, but times are definitely changing.
I am leading the way through the menopause maze.
In fact, some have labeled this the menopause gold rush. Products and celebrities like Naomi Watts flooding the market and starting conversations. More than 1 million women in the U.S. become menopausal every year. So we gathered a few for a frank discussion.
Ready to talk menopause?
Yes.
Why not? Finally.
Michaela Robinson, Adrian Cotton, Makta Kibor, and Jessica Poulin were willing to talk symptoms, sex, and everything in between.
In the last year, I've gone into menopause and started experiencing hot flashes and mood swings and vaginal dryness, and you know, the list goes on.
Oh, what fun.
I was putting weight on, but even the worst part of it was I couldn't lose it.
At night, I feel like I'm on a rotisserie spit. I feel like the mattress is like roasting me.
You can find products for virtually every symptom. Cooling pillows for hot flashes, lubricants, even something called Happy Hoo-Ha Gummies, costing you anywhere from around $5 to about $300, depending on the product. Looking for laser therapy? You could spend even more. An expensive game of trial and error. Jessica estimates she spent a few $100s trying to find relief.
But I've just been trying to throw the spaghetti at the wall and see what sticks.
Of all these, has anything helped?
No.
Nothing.
So we sought out an expert at Stanford University Medical Center. Dr. Leah Milheiser is a specialist in female sexual medicine and menopause, who recommends speaking to a medical provider trained in treating menopause.
Unfortunately, there is not one magic pill that I can give you that is going to take care of all of those things. Now, having said that, the most effective treatment for most of the symptoms is menopausal hormone therapy.
Recommendations on hormone therapy, or HRT, have shifted in recent years. A 2002 study, now considered to be flawed, raised flags about health conditions like breast cancer in women using HRT. But the study mostly looked at women over 60. One of the study's researchers, Dr. Joanne Manson, told a podcast in May the results were perhaps blown out of proportion, especially in terms of the use of hormone therapy. Experts now say that there is less risk and more benefits, specifically for younger women, than the study concluded. But hormones are not for everyone, depending on medical history. The FDA recently approved a new non-hormonal drug to treat hot flashes and night sweats.
Speak to your doctor, find out what the most appropriate treatment is for you.
There is a lot to learn, as menopause has its moment. And sometimes the answer isn't anything you buy at all.
What's worked for you?
Good, healthy diet, yoga.
It can simply be embracing the change.
So you like this phase of life, it sounds like.
I love this phase of life. I am stronger than I've ever been physically and emotionally. And I feel like I know what's going on and I take charge.
Good discussion.
And yeah, so that might be the key, really taking charge of your own journey. Adrienne, that you just saw there, she actually started a business to help other women going through it. You know, look, it's something that's going to happen to all of us. And so your friends, your family can talk about it and help.
Of these conversations. Listen, I'm 45 now, but you know it's coming. And a lot of us, we don't want to be uncomfortable. We're afraid that it's going to happen. We welcome aging, obviously, but if we can make it a little easier.
Well, yeah, and like you said, it's not your mother's menopause. A lot of people remember, oh, my mom went through it, or my aunt, and they had this or that struggle. I think it's super important what you said in the piece, which is before you go shop till you drop.
Yes.
Go see your doctor and see if hormone replacement therapy is right for you. You know, start there.
And there are these certifications now for doctors that can get specially trained. Menopause.org is a good resource always. You know, they have doctors that know about this because they didn't talk about it in medical school for so long. They're finally having courses.
What about in journalism school? Did you ever think you'd say hoo-ha on the air?
Hoo-ha,
that is a new one.
Let me tell you, Naomi Watts was on for her Stripes line of products, and Hoda and I, our mouths dropped. She dropped some words.
We're going there.
Yeah.
She's trailblazing. Let her do it.
We won't repeat them, but not that there's anything wrong with that.
I'm happy they're doing.
I know. Okay.
For all
Thank you,
of us.
Kristen.
You bet.
Great conversation. Glad we're talking about it.
Today is sponsored by Lazy Boy. Long live the lazy.
Guys, it's 8:30. It's Thursday. I don't have have the energy, Al, to read the rest of this intro.
I don't know.
It's National Lazy Day.
Is it? This is great.
And we are, why don't we do this every day, you guys? The crowd has all this energy, but we're lazing out on our lazy boys.
And you know what?
Sure, too.
We're not alone.
Yeah.
Members of the crowd, they're kicking back as well. Help from our sponsor, Lazy Boy. Plaza is furnished with recliners and sofas so people can take well-deserved lazy moments.
It's the lazy lounge. Carson.
Lounges.
Carson, where are you? Are you in the lazy lounge?
Carson.
Oh, really? Guys, we're just being lazy over here, man. Aubrey, Liz, my buddy Jose. These are fans who are on the plaza. We just put them on the lazy boys over here. The girls just graduated college. Jose, what are you doing today, bro?
I'm going cruising.
Oh.
You're going on a cruise today?
Yep.
Get out of here.
Yes.
Where are you going?
Bermuda.
No way.
Yes.
How's the weather? How's it on the path?
It's going to be nice.
You going to be lazy on your cruise?
You bet.
So you're just starting the day off just chilling?
Yep, pretty
Who's
much.
going? Who are you taking?
Sorry?
Who are you taking? Who's going on the cruise?
My family. It's a family cruise.
A whole family thing?
Yes.
All right, well, don't work too hard.
Yeah.
Okay, ladies, don't work too hard. Today's lazy day. So we just kick it. Guys?
Kick it.
This is great.
We're gonna kick
Maybe
it.
they'll have somebody just carry Jose to the bar.
You guys, why don't we lay down for the show every day?
Sign me up.
Oh, we're back. Mr. Roker brought the energy back. By the way, folks, the countdown is on to the college football season. Y'all excited?
Yeah.
Excited? Woo! We're excited because this fall, for the first time, the Big Ten is coming to NBC and Peacock.
I love it. And guys, since it is August 10th, we're celebrating the inaugural Big Ten Day with a few of our friends. We've got Goldie Golfer from Minnesota.
Okay.
Y'all know Sir Henry from Rutgers.
Yeah.
And Testudo from Maryland. They are ready for a great season. Hi, guys. Good to have you along here.
Thanks
I know
for
y'all
being
can't
here.
talk.
Nothing lazy about them.
No.
go.
But it all kicks off September 2nd. That's when West Virginia takes on Penn State in the premiere
love
of
it.
Big Ten Saturday night. That's what we're calling it. Big Ten Saturday night right here on NBC and over on Peacock. We're really excited about Big Ten
I love
coming
it.
to the Peacock.
So, Cats, are you comfortable there, Carson?
Yeah, it's very conflicting today, National Lazy Day and National Big Ten football.
I know. It's like they're
We are back now, 8:37 with Today in the Wild, and this morning a first-hand look at a wildlife refuge working around the clock to save lives and what you should know about the animals living in your neighborhood.
And Miss NBC's Emily Ikeda briefly left the Taylor Swift beat to take a walk on the wild side for this one. Hi, Em. Morning.
Hi, guys. Get ready for a cuteness overload. Have you ever wondered what to do if you see baby ducks or bunnies in your backyard without mom around? Do they need help or not? Well, across the country, in your very state, there are wildlife rehabilitators who knew just what to do, and we saw what it takes to answer the call.
With every chirp, nibble, and wing flap,
Big stretch.
these little ones are one step closer to going home. And as good as the food may be at the Appalachian Wildlife Refuge in North Carolina, it's just a pit stop for these animals.
I've always been an animal lover.
Savannah Trantham and her staff, along with volunteers, run a 24/7 operation to care for local wildlife.
98% probably of the patients that we receive come in because of something from human-caused issues.
Are you seeing with each year that passes an increasing number of animals?
Yes. There's more construction in the area, which is all wonderful, but it includes more and more people interacting with wildlife, and they're coming into contact and they're getting injured.
Oh my gosh. Meat crash.
In just 5 short years, the rehabilitation center has saved more than 6,000 animals, many rescued from backyards and public parks, from baby bunnies displaced by lawn mowing to lost ducklings looking for moms.
All right, it's time to go for a swim.
Like our week-old friend here, who was found trying to cross a busy highway.
There you go.
A Good Samaritan called the Wildlife Refuge's emergency hotline, and the center's rescue team saved the brave duckling.
So what do you do in this kind of situation with an orphan?
Just setting them up in situations where they can practice the things that they instinctively know how to do.
Some situations are much more urgent. While we were here, the Wildlife Refuge got a call about a baby hawk stranded and unable to fly. The rescue team hit the road.
Yeah, I got him. I got him.
Once back at the rehab center, the bird went straight to the exam room.
Oh, I'm just seeing a little bit of contraction there. That's great.
While the baby hawk rests,
the team works on a young snake who was found tangled and trapped in netting.
This is all pretty gnarly. We just want to be really, really careful that we don't injure the snake any further.
Wow, look at all that swelling. You can see the snake almost coming back to life.
To see them start feeling that relief and kind of feeling like a snake again, that immediately starts putting in that positive feeling of what we're doing.
It's all thanks to caring community members who knew to call for help. And this facility is just one of many across the country helping to save wildlife. There are more than 3,000 licensed rehabilitators nationwide, according to Animal Health Now. And the most common animals needing care, birds and small mammals like rabbits.
Just how good does it feel when you get to see that animal back into the wild?
It's something that's almost indescribable. Maybe we're not saving a whole population, but we have made a big difference for that one animal.
And lucky for me, I got to help 2 bunnies hop to it.
All right, let's see them off. Is it ever difficult to see the animals off, to say goodbye?
No, because that's why they come in, is to put them back in the wild. That's why we're here every day.
A happy day.
Well, you can tell I just had the absolute best time with all of the animals. Crash the teenage snapping turtle, I have to say, was a personal favorite of mine. After surviving a gunshot wound, she's now a permanent resident at the refuge. And check out, we have visuals of our duckling friend who has now doubled in size. As for the snake, he couldn't be doing better. Those wounds are almost completely healed as well. Both of them are set to be released at the end of next month. But it was really cool to see the process. Like, you don't know all of the energy that goes into that sort of thing and all of the resources at our fingertips.
So if you're in your town and you see something like that, how do you find these people that can do the rehabilitation?
There are local rehabilitators, but you can also just rely on a national resource like the National Animal Rehabilitators Association. They'll give you a step-by-step process like, okay, is the animal injured or should you be making a call? Because first priorities, you need to maintain your own safety as well.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you,
It was
Emma.
fun. Thank you, Em. Coming up next, guys, we have some budget beauty buys, and they are just as good as their pricier versions. We are back with today's style. Expensive beauty products used to justify the price tag because of those higher quality ingredients, but science has come so far, you no longer need to spend a lot to get really good products. So here with the best budget beauty buys that go the distance, we have Sarah Eggenberger, who is senior editor at large for New Beauty. Hi, Sarah. Good to see you.
Good morning.
Okay, so all of these work just as well as the pricier alternatives?
It's amazing how much technology has changed, and so you can find some great products that still perform at a wonderful value. Everything here is under $15, so
Gotta
we
love
got it
that.
covered.
Okay, so hyaluronic acid, that's one that all the dermatologists say you got to have in your products.
Yeah.
What is this?
And we love it because it's going to bind those water molecules. And so it brings that moisture to your skin, which is part of why we age, is because of the dryness of our skin. Hyaluronic acid is one of those go-to. This also has glycerin in it, so that's also a wonderful humectant. It's going to just add the moisture to your dry skin.
Okay, so it's like
it's like a gel. Yeah,
serum-y, oily kind of feel.
Exactly.
Nice.
Subjectively, you kind of have that nice slip to it, that nice glide.
Yeah.
You can incorporate this into any skincare regimen, which is so wonderful. Only 11 ingredients, and so it seamlessly blends into any routine.
It's really nice. It doesn't seem to have any smell or
no
anything.
smell,
Yes.
and it's glass too. Like you hear that and feel that. Like
Yeah,
it's
no,
a
it's a
glass,
really nice
so
product. Okay.
It's going to have that weight to it as well.
All right, next we have a soap bar for your face, and I wouldn't expect to see it to be black.
I know,
Usually it's pink
right?
or something.
And when was the last time you actually held a bar of soap in your hand for your face?
By the way, it smells horrific.
Yeah. So this is actually charcoal, and this is a breakout bar that you're going to use to help with any type of blemishes. So if it's a maintenance program or if you get them consistently, you use this on your face and your body, and it just helps to clean out your pores. It has charcoal in here, which is what's going to detoxify. You have some tea tree in here, which is going to help with the redness and the inflammation, and then you also have some aloe to calm everything down in your skin.
Safe for body and face. Okay.
Safe for face and body, which is great also for like teens, tweens to also treat their skin.
Okay, Trader Joe's. Okay, I usually go there for my pre-made food, but this is sunscreen.
I mean, everything but bagel seasoning is also amazing. But if you go into the sunscreen aisle, you'll find that they have an incredible sunscreen. So inexpensive. What you're going to do is, this is actually not an aerosol, though it acts like an aerosol. It uses this valve system. So when you actually spray it, it has this really light spray to it. Nope. This one's not there. It is.
There we go.
You can kind of see it's just a really fine mist, and so feel-wise, it actually is a little bit lighter than some of the other formulas that you might see as a spray.
And then you got to rub it in, right?
You got to rub it in.
Does it work for kids?
It works for kids, which is like part of it because sunscreen can add up in cost, but it's really vital to use sunscreen.
Yeah. So how much? $5.99.
Only $5.99 for this. So you don't feel bad when your kid sprays the air instead of their arm, right? It's also UVA and UVB protected, and it's water resistant, so great for families.
Okay, great. Tell me to go faster.
Yeah,
Sorry, I'm obsessed with that. Makeup.
So when it comes to blush, if you just want that fresh look to your skin, this is how to do it. You just add that color. This is a wonderful dupe. I love this because you're going to have just this beautiful shimmer color for a powder. You get this luminosity to the skin. You get this beautiful glow, and it's just going to provide that like instant refresher to your skin.
Okay. This is a mascara.
So when you look at drugstores, it's a great place to find these high-end mascaras.
Glue it down. I want to look at it. Okay.
I love this because it stays on. It does not go off. No matter how hot your skin is, no matter how hot it is outside, no matter the temperature, it stays put on your face. It's amazing. And it gives you that volume with this cone type of lashes, too, which is perfect.
Looks like a nice brush and everything.
So you know when you come out of the hair salon and your hair looks amazing, nice and glossy and shiny, this is a hair gloss that you can do in between your colors to just extend that color. So this is going to be L'Oreal's Color Gloss. It has all these different colors that you can just add this beautiful sheen back into your hair. So it smooths and fills in the cuticle so you can have that reflective light so your hair looks shiny again.
So what you would but it's not going to affect your color. It
doesn't affect your color.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's safe for all colors. There's different colors that you can use.
How often are you supposed to do it?
You know, it kind of depends. Like when you start to see your hair dull, then you use it.
Okay.
So you just use it in the shower on freshly washed hair. You're going to put it in for 5-15 minutes, rinse it off, and you got that refreshing
shiny glow back.
again.
Okay, and finally.
Okay, dry shampoo. We need a dry shampoo in our life, right? Because that's going to help in terms of just getting that volume in your hair, helping to absorb the oil. This checks every single box. I love this Ava NYC because it's a great price point and you get that volume. It actually looks great still like on day 3. You can get that volume in your hair when you use this.
Yes, makes a big difference.
It makes a huge difference. You can't live without a dry shampoo.
Sarah, I love it. The price is right. They're all here. If you want to find the products, you can go to today.com/shop, and Today does earn a small commission from purchases made through our links.
And welcome back this morning on Today's Food. We are bringing a taste of Italy into your home kitchen. Chef Michael White is indeed among the best of the best when it comes to Italian food. He's here to tell us about not only the new restaurant you got, but also to share this great recipe that just tastes like vacation. Chef, first of all, let's talk about the new spot. You have a ton of restaurants, I know, but tell me about the new one.
The new restaurant is at Paradise Island at Atlantis, and it's called Paranza. And we just opened it about a month and a half ago, and we're having a lot of fun there and doing dishes such as this. Swordfish with caponata.
All right, well, let's tell me about this. I'm noticing you're prepping your eggplant here.
So we're prepping eggplant, and we peeled this. And what we're going to do is once we dice this, we're cutting it into 3/4-inch pieces, and we're going to season this with a little bit of salt. And when we season this with salt, what happens is it extracts the water and the bitterness. So when we go to fry it, it's going to retain its crispiness and it's not going to have that bitter and not soak up so much oil.
Do you peel all the eggplants when you cook?
We peel all the eggplant, very much so, because the skin is bitter. And then what we'll do is we place a plate on top of here to kind of help it extract the liquid.
Okay. So you want to. So by the time you put it in the water, you want to get it almost as dry as you can.
We're going to put this in oil, not water.
Okay. Perfect. Hot oil.
Hot oil. We'll get a little scissor. Exactly. And so we're going to sizzle this, and then make this crispy, and this takes about 2 or 3 minutes.
So you do all this before you deal with prepping the swordfish.
Exactly.
Right? Okay.
And then we're going to start with this, and this is at 2. And what we're doing is we're creating an agrodolce sauce, which is a sweet sour sauce, which is very typical with eggplant from Sicily. And we have red peppers here that we softened a little bit. We're going to add celery, a little bit of onion, and this will bring and will not caramelize, but we'll get to a very soft point. We'll add a little bit of garlic.
But this is creating all these depths of flavor by putting these things in and letting them just...
Layering on flavors. These are types of dishes that we do at Paranza that really take a mundane dish, if you will, and really turn it up to the next level. Then what we do is we're going to add a little bit of caper.
Okay.
Salt, salted anchovies. And these anchovies, again, give that U-word, the umami flavor, right?
Yeah. And those anchovies break down?
They break down, they'll dissolve, and you really won't, you'll never see them.
Flavor, yeah.
Exactly.
And then some golden raisins.
Golden raisins for that sweetness.
Yeah.
And then also a little bit of sugar. Again, this is part of the agrodolce.
Tastes like a sweet.
How do you like it?
Yeah.
Sweet, salty.
You see a lot of different layers and textures. Yeah.
And then we want to deglaze with a little bit of white wine vinegar or white vinegar and reduce that all the way. And what this happens is this really becomes, a sweet, savory, salty condiment for the...
Do you like swordfish being the protein for this?
I do. It's a really great foil.
Gets a little help from all the flavors of the...
You bet. And the richness and the fattiness of the swordfish, which is really in season right now, running here on the East Coast.
So you buy the swordfish, it's in your fridge, you want to pull it out first, let it get to room temperature before you cook it like a steak? Is that
You sound like you've done this before.
Is that true, though?
Right?
With fish?
Wow.
I'm a meat guy.
You're going to do a cameo with me here right now.
And you cut out like the dark spot, like the bloodline? Is that?
You know what? You do see that. Exactly. Listen, if it's a fresh wheel of swordfish, no problem. If it's darker than you would want, then definitely cut it out. Okay. But this is a fresh piece of swordfish.
She's got some oil, and some salt and pepper, and we got about a minute. And how long is this going to cook?
So this is going to grill about 3 minutes on a side. We're going to get those nice hatch marks on here. If we'll turn it after about a minute and a half, and then what we have is a little bit of lemon zest, and this is a great way.
That's amazing.
Right? Yeah.
My swordfish does not taste like this.
I don't like swordfish, but this is fantastic.
Terrific.
Swordfish hard. If it's under, it's not good. If it's over, you ruin it. You got to hit like 135 perfectly.
Yeah.
How do you nail it?
Listen to you with the temperatures.
What's the trick to nailing the cook on the swordfish?
You know what? Take it. A piece of fish like this is about 2 minutes on its sides. But again, you can take it off, take a little cake tester, if you will, press on it. Even if you cut it in two and it's too raw, then go ahead and throw it back on the grill, no problem.
Is it like red meat where it'll still keep cooking after you take it?
A large thick piece like this will carry over, just like a piece of meat. You bet.
Wow. Well, this is worth the trip to Atlantis for, just to have this swordfish in your restaurant. Congrats down there, and thank you for bringing this. Make this one at home. This is delicious, guys. And the recipe is easy. Go to today.com/food for that. Chef, appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
All the best to you.
Great. Have a great weekend.
Guys, eat up and enjoy.
Yeah.
We'll take a quick break. We're back with your local news and weather right after this.
This morning on the third hour of Today, wildfire disaster. The Hawaiian island of Maui up in flames.
Let's go!
The death toll rising amid a chaotic rush to escape as hundreds of homes are lost.
Oh my God.
We're live on the ground with the latest. Plus, countdown to launch. Virgin Galactic's first all-civilian crew preparing for takeoff. What these newest astronauts will face as they journey to the edge of space. Then, bring out the recliners. It's National Lazy Day. From the best TV binges to finding out what makes a sloth so sleepy, and products to exert as little energy as possible, like a butter spreader. We're kicking back and relaxing on a lazy Thursday, August 10th, 2023. Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
And a good morning to you. Welcome to this third hour of Today on Friday Eve.
We're almost there.
Yes, Craig, Chanel, Alice here. Dylan is off. We got a busy show ahead. We're going to start, though, with those absolutely horrific wildfires in Hawaii that are burning right now. Really an inferno still raging this morning on the island of Maui as the death toll is now up to the dozens, and officials are fearing that it's probably going to rise even higher than that.
That's right. So frightening. Many residents and tourists getting trapped as whipping winds suddenly fueled these fast-moving flames this morning. Thousands still racing to evacuate with an entire town burned to the ground.
NBC's Miguel Almaguer is outside a high school in Maui being used now as a shelter. Miguel, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Amid that sobering and staggering death toll, which now stands at 36 and could climb over the next 24 hours, upwards of 4,000 people have been forced to evacuate from the burn zone. Here at this high school, there's hundreds of people sleeping inside that gym here behind me. And this morning, there are at least 3 fires burning, and they're moving in multiple directions.
Oh my God.
Driving past burning homes and walls of fire, for some, this is what the harrowing escape from Maui looked like.
Let's go!
The historic town of Lahaina in ruins. Nearly 300 homes, businesses, and landmarks swallowed by flames and engulfed in smoke.
Be careful right here. There's debris.
The apocalyptic scene here unfolding in West Maui before sunrise Wednesday. Flames spreading onto boats and pouring into the ocean, while the desperate plunged into the Pacific to escape the inferno.
I was the last one off the dock when the firestorm came through the banyan tree and took everything with it.
As the Coast Guard plucked roughly a dozen people out of the water, more victims overwhelmed hospitals with serious burns. As 80-mile-per-hour winds fanned the flames, air support was grounded for hours.
Oh my God.
911 service and cell phone coverage was also down, creating chaos amid the panic.
When you see, some auntie on the ground, probably dead, and you can't get in contact with your family, you just think the worst.
With at least 3 major fires still burning on the island, resources are thin and the true extent of the damage is unknown. These dramatic before and after photos capturing a glimpse of the changed landscape.
Local people have lost everything. They've lost their house, they've lost their animals, and it's devastating.
This morning, a tropical paradise turned into a hellish landscape as Mother Nature's beauty and its fury come face to face.
The big fear here is that, of course, that death toll, which again stands at a staggering 36, could rise as we see sunrise here and officials get to comb over more of the debris field. Meantime, they're trying to relocate many of those 4,000 people that have been evacuated. Many are staying in shelters like this one. Others are even going to other islands and nearby islands on boat, doing everything they can to help clear the evacuation zone. Guys, back to you.
Scary scene there. All right, Miguel Almaguer, thank you. These wildfires spread so incredibly fast, thanks in part to those winds, and the gusts made it nearly impossible, as we understand, for crews to contain the flames. So is there any hope there? What's the latest?
Well, the good news is that things are getting better. In fact, you can see a big area of high pressure to the north of the Hawaiian Islands. Then you've got Hurricane Dora. In between, you get that pressure gradient, the difference between the two pressure systems, and that brought those trade winds gusting over 50 miles per hour. Now, the good news is both the high and Dora moving away over the next 24 hours, so the winds will start to subside. The other problem has been this air has been coming in. It's drier air, but you'll see over the next 24 hours, those winds drop by a third, at least 2/3. But they've also had a lingering drought going on. So that's been the problem. The good news is the red flag warnings, the high wind advisories, all have been dropped. So good news.
You described it earlier as just sort of this perfect storm.
Yeah, it really was. And boy, once those winds start whipping, there's nothing you can do.
They can do. Pray for relief for those families there. Okay, well, right now, we're getting ready for a historic launch by Virgin Galactic. We've talked about this. The Unity ship set to blast into space with some very lucky passengers, the company's first all-civilian crew.
NBC's Gotti Schwartz has been covering this for us. He joins us once again from that spaceport in the New Mexican desert. Gotti, space travel, as we know, usually comes with a pretty hefty price tag, but not for these new astronauts. Tell us who's going and what makes this particular trip so very special.
Yeah, Greg, they got like the deal of a lifetime here. So John Goodwin, the 80-year-old former Olympian, he's been waiting 18 years for this flight. So back then, he paid about $250,000. The price is now up to $450,000. And then the mother-daughter duo, they are going up to space for free. The mother and daughter duo that we talked to, they are incredible. Keisha and Anna. Keisha's the mother. She says that she was flying on a Virgin Galactic, or a Virgin flight. She saw an ad pop up, and it says, win a flight to space. So she just filled that out. The next thing you know, Sir Richard Branson is at her door. She FaceTimes her daughter saying, hey, I get to take somebody else to space with me. Will you go? Of course, her daughter freaks out. And next thing you know, they're here in New Mexico getting ready to launch off.
That's crazy. Now, while you can't go exactly, big guy, well, I heard you got to take a joyride in the training simulator. So what's the crew going to be doing during this?
Not only did I get to go in a joyride, they gave me this to take home. This is kind of a good consolation prize. So that simulator was wild. Al, you, I think, would have loved it. They blew my mind. There was this one moment where they put you in the simulator, and then you simulate detaching from Eve here, the mothership, and then this thing goes Mach 3 all the way up into space. Then this thing goes inverted. Whoa. They get to look down at us on Earth, or up, because they're maybe below us. And then during that part of the simulation, Al, I turn to the guy, the pilot that's instructing me, and I say, oh my gosh, Earth is above us. And then he says, there is no up or down in space, which just blew my mind, because it's all about those types of perspectives that you don't think of, you know? So pretty soon they're going to be above us or below us, looking down or up, depending on how you think of it. It is just, it's almost like a spiritual experience that they're having, hoping for that overview effect when they leave the Earth here.
Can you imagine you're this woman and you get on a plane and you see a little pamphlet or something? Oh, do you want to go to space? The next thing you know, she doesn't know what's up or down. I mean, it's the lottery of a lifetime, if you will. Do you think that there will be more opportunities for everyday folks to give this a try?
Yes.
Yes?
Absolutely. And so it's in a bunch of different ways. We've got Virgin Galactic and this dream of Sir Richard Branson to get as many people up into space as humanly possible. A lot of that comes down to this space tourism, reducing costs through more and more launches, more and more of these aircraft and these spacecraft available. But there's also an organization here called Space for Humanity, and they are right now selecting the next astronauts that they're going to send off into space for free. They also have a website, Space for Humanity. You just go there, spaceforhumanity.org, and you can sign up to possibly be the next one that they select to send up in space for free. They're looking for future leaders here on planet Earth to send up to space so they can get that overview effect. They can look at Earth and just realize what a miracle it is that we're all alive on this planet.
Gotti Schwartz from Truth or Consequences, New Mexico. Gotti, thank you. Keep us. What time's the launch supposed to happen, Gotti?
I'm sorry? We're about, it looks like people are lining up, so we're going to see the crew here in the next 5 or 10 minutes. They're going to make their way out into the tarmac, and things are going to get going here in the next hour or so.
Okay.
So we can't wait.
I've never heard anybody talk about the unity perspective of it all. Like, we've had people who come on and say when you have that experience, you realize how small we are, how precious the earth is. It's kind of cool.
And how we all have to live together.
Yes, I love
blue
that.
marble. Okay.
I love that.
I had never thought about the fact there's no up or down in space.
Yeah, that's where I'm like, you know what?
I'll do it now.
Put me back down.
So I don't know if those seats on the
are we gonna go?
Recline, but I know there are a couple of recliners with our names on it. Today is National Lazy Day.
Can I get
to celebrate, we're brought in our own recliners. Oh yeah, and we're gonna kick back and chill. Oh, this is
the whole
old
show?
school. That's
Are we
right.
gonna do the whole show?
Some of the benefits of being lazy. Oh, and you don't even have to lift a finger with a couch workout. All these things and more coming up.
We're very camel colored today.
We are.
Between the chairs and our skin. It's a lot of brown. Did you know a little laziness can actually improve your physical and mental health? So up next, we are learning easy ways to put pause in our everyday lives.
That's right. We can learn a thing or two about how to do it from these guys. Stephanie Gosk is here to.
You know what?
This is the wrong.
Yeah,
this is the wrong copy.
I think we should probably talk to Dr. Sue Varma, who's here. We are so lazy right now.
No, but that's what we're talking about. That's
we didn't even read our script.
Well, no, I thought you were going to pivot to Sue.
No, well, no. I did. So anyway. Here we go.
Let's talk about the benefits.
Yes, the benefits.
Board-certified psychiatrist, Dr. Sue Varma.
That's right, Dr. Varma. So for those of us who actually do work sometimes.
Yeah, you're being lazy today.
You can't be productive all the time.
That's true.
So it's important. What are the benefits to being a little lazy?
Yes, so high periods of productivity must be flanked with periods of rest. We find that being overproductive all the time, the cortisol levels are high, it causes anxiety, headaches, immune systems gets low. The natural killer cells in our body, which are meant to fight infection, don't work as effectively, so we're going to get more colds. And the flip side of that, the benefits are higher productivity, believe it or not, higher ability to problem solve, better executive functioning, better emotional regulation, connecting with people better, not the rage, not the anger, and you get more done.
Let's talk about some of the benefits of a day of rest. Here are some of them, and you just hit on a few of them, but other health benefits.
Yes. So, we don't realize that this chronic cortisol level is really affecting us in the sense that it's going to give you tension headaches. Are you feeling your jaws clenching all the time? Are you having insomnia? Are you finding that you're losing your temper more easily? And the flip side of that is if you can build in rest, people think that rest and being lazy is a bad thing. You will actually get more done in a shorter period of time.
That's so interesting. So let's talk about how to do that. For some people, it comes easier than others. And, a lot of people just feel like they have to go all the time. What are some ways that you can kind of carve out that time?
Yes. So you have to anticipate periods of high stress, high productivity, bursts of energy. You have to anticipate that and then build the rest time around it. So let's say you had a very busy week at work or you had a very hectic trip. There was a lot of travel involved. Anticipate that in advance and carve out a couple of hours. So maybe that means a lazy Monday morning before going back into work.
So just not scheduling anything for that day.
Exactly. Or you had a very busy trip and somebody says, well, I just came from vacation. Why do I need a vacation from my vacation? But you don't realize that that was a trip. It was not necessarily a vacation.
Especially if you're traveling with kids.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So building, anticipating, and then also something called worry time. So worry time is scheduling 10 minutes. I know it sounds counterintuitive. Like, why would I schedule time to worry? I'm trying to get away from my worry. But when you can park your thoughts in a specific place, it actually helps you to process it. Spend 10 minutes, get it all out. You don't have to act on it, but it actually helps you move on and then be able to be lazy and to really relax.
Do you write down the worries?
Write down all your worries. Write down the worst thing that can possibly happen. And what you find over time is that 85% of the time, those things never happen. And if they do happen, you're better equipped to handle it than you gave yourself credit for.
I take my worries, a friend taught me this years ago, and I visualize putting them in a shoebox.
Love that.
I pray over it, and then I just put it on a shelf. And then somehow you realize that by the time you get back to the shelf, it's worked itself out.
Totally. Absolutely.
The lazy test.
Yeah. So ask yourself, did my lazy time leave me feeling replenished, restored, and regenerated? And if you're not feeling that you are rejuvenated and you're about to come back and do something, that means your rest wasn't effective. Because a lot of times in our rest periods, we're scrolling. Scrolling causes more doom scrolling, more negativity, more fear, or you're multitasking. And we don't realize that there really is no such thing as multitasking. You will get more done doing one thing single-mindedly, single-handedly.
So what about the idea that what I find relaxing or my lazy activity or lack of activity is different than yours? It's not one size fits all.
Absolutely. So self-awareness is the key to really carving out good lazy time. Every person restores themselves differently. For somebody, it's gardening. For somebody, it's a 20-minute nap. For somebody, it's watching funny videos and laughing or spending time. Golf. Is that your thing?
I enjoy being, kinda.
Yeah. So you have to really know yourself. There's no one-size-fits-all approach to this. And we also have to keep in mind, what's going on in our heads. A lot of times we have these negative thoughts about, I can't rest, being lazy is being a couch potato. So be aware of those negative comments and the mental scripts and the narratives that you have grown up with. I know I grew up with work is worship, and so if I'm not productive, I feel really guilty. So you want to be careful of that.
What do you do, when you're being lazy? What's your productive arms?
I like to read. I like to read, and I like self-help books. And
that's great.
Yes, and meditation, laughing, watching silly movies, traveling sometimes.
Every time you hear it, it's always so soothing.
I know. Even now, you see how we calm down just by talking to you?
Thank you, Dr.
So happy to hear that. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Still ahead, we're going to head back to those recliners. We enjoyed them so much, but this time we're going to show you some of the best movies and TV to binge this month, including one brand new show that's just released today. First up, they're slow, they're sedentary, they like to sleep. What can be better for a lazy day, right?
Look how slow it is.
We're learning all about sloths, Chanel Jones, right after this.
That's just...
This is great. I could really get used to doing the show in these recliners. If you need some inspiration to slow down on this lazy Thursday, why not look to what's known as the world's laziest animal, the sloth. Our Stephanie Gosk, the opposite of lazy. Steph got up close and personal with the sloth, joins us this morning. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, well, this is pretty comfortable.
This is delightful.
By the way, if the sloth developed a chair for your living room, this is what that chair would look like. You know, the sloths have a lesson for us all. Why do something in an hour when you can do it in a day? Why do it in a day when you can take the whole week? I spent a couple hours with these furry little animals, and I have a whole new philosophy on life. It's genius.
People think slothful has like a really negative connotation.
Yeah, it's bad to be a sloth.
Yeah, but actually they've got something really smart figured out and nobody knows it.
Lounging up high in the trees, sloths almost look like they are smirking, as if to say, the joke's on you. Try slowing down.
Do you find that you have to slow yourself down to watch a sloth?
The title of my PhD thesis was To Overcome Sloth, You Have to Become Sloth. So.
Fantastic. Rebecca Cliff is a sloth expert, world-renowned actually. She has a PhD in bioscience and is the founder and executive director of the Sloth Conservation Foundation, based in Costa Rica. How did you get into this?
Well, I grew up in the north of England, which is about as far from a tropical rainforest as you can get, right? But an opportunity came through my university to spend 12 months studying sloths in the jungle, and I fell in love. They enchanted me completely.
Sloths are hard to study. They move so slowly, it takes time to see them do much of anything, if they can be seen at all, perfectly camouflaging in the trees.
What do they do in the trees all day long?
They just climb around looking for leaves. It'll take a sloth 30 days to digest one leaf. So they digest everything really slowly and really efficiently, but that means they've got a full stomach, essentially, all the time. And then they don't have to run around looking for food all day. So they've got the luxury of being a bit more sedentary.
We even have sloths to thank for avocados.
Back in the day, I'm talking like hundreds of thousands of years ago, there was sloths called giant ground sloths. Some of them were up to like 6 meters tall.
Oh my God.
They'd walk around
Imagine
the planet.
how terrifying that would be.
They were big friendly giants, but they'd take avocados and eat it whole. And then they were the only species big enough that they could eat the whole avocado seed. So they were the primary seed dispersers for avocados.
Today, Rebecca not only researches, but protects sloths in the wild.
The problems that sloths are facing all, unfortunately, come from people. When they lose their habitat and they lose the connections between neighboring trees, sloths have a problem because they can't run or jump across that gap. So they have to come all the way down to the floor, crawl across the ground, and then go up the next tree, which for a sloth takes it like a whole day, and they're really vulnerable when they're on the ground. So it's all about keeping the sloths up in the trees.
She also partners with zoos across the world to study and care for sloths in captivity. At Connecticut's Beardsley Zoo, we got breakfast ready for their two-toed sloths, Hope and Rhubarb.
So you have the protein, then you have the grapes in there.
Oh, the grapes. Yeah, these are like dessert for sloths because they're a little burst of sugar, you know? In the wild, they don't get much sugar in their diet. It makes them really happy.
Hope was speed racing through the trees.
Oh my God, that's a sprinting sloth.
I was gonna say, that it looks like that sloth is moving very quickly. Rhubarb, not so much. Oh, now that one has got it right. Hanging out with the sloths, you realize they aren't lazy, but rather energy efficient.
Is there something we can learn from sloths?
Everyone's always ashamed to share that they've spent the day doing nothing because they feel like they might get judged for it. But we also benefit the planet if we do less as well and have less and be happy with it. Let's focus on what's important to us and then just let all the rest go. That's what the sloths do.
Well, look at that. Whole day sitting around doing nothing. Sounds good.
Energy efficient.
I love that. Was your blood pressure down and you kind of feeling a little zen after spending time with them?
Yep. I went home. I took a nap.
During the story, you and I were having this conversation. I find this fascinating. I think our viewers will as well. The average age of a sloth, we don't know.
They don't know.
We don't know how long they live.
They're so hard to watch in the wild. I don't know. Scientists get bored. That's right. That they actually don't know. And they also hide really well. That scientist we spoke to said she spent a whole day watching a sloth in the tree, and at the end of the day realized it was a bird's nest. How about that?
That's fantastic.
That's funny.
Wow. When you read scripts, you're kind of like a sloth.
I am.
South Carolina sloth.
Never in a
It
hurry.
does make you think, though. I think we're doing too much sometimes. Maybe
No
we should
question.
just chill
No,
out.
absolutely.
Way too much. We'll look to nature.
Stephanie, thank you.
You're
That was a
welcome,
great story.
Stephanie. All right, maybe we could just do this more often. We have much more slothfulness ahead,
Including these chairs.
right?
Yeah.
Delightful. The best shows to binge right now, whether you've got an hour or a whole weekend. And then later, it is a lazy cook's dream, buttering your bread, and you don't even need a knife. We're going to show you all the home hack products to make your life so much easier.
It's like stick to
Still
your
ahead.
bread.
Stick to your
Well, we've all been there. You know, those tiring days, you just need to kick back, relax, sit in a recliner, and veg out in front of the TV.
So your only worry will be maybe, hopefully, whether you know what you want to watch. So this morning we have even that covered for you. So here with his perfect picks for a lazy day is our friend and entertainment host over at People, Jeremy Parsons. Good morning to you.
The right day to be here.
Listen,
This is it.
we can get used to this. So here's the thing. I guess it depends on who you're talking to when you talk about having a moment to binge watch, whether
Sure.
you have an hour or, I don't know, a whole weekend.
Right.
So let's start with, let's say you have an hour or two.
An hour or two. We should start with an action thriller,
All
I
right.
think, right?
Okay.
Heart of Stone. This is a new one starring Wonder Woman herself, Gal Gadot, as well as Jamie Dornan. It's an action crime thriller. Here's the tagline. When governments fail, the only thing left is the charter. It's a big, shadowy group of specialized operatives that ensure global peace. If governments don't do the job, they'll do it at all costs. Gal Gadot wants to really lean into action stuff. She's a producer on this. She's very into it. And then the next pick is the only movie to gross over $1 billion this year other than Barbie. Super Mario Brothers movie.
That much? Yeah.
It is.
I've seen it 3 times.
Yeah,
Wow.
so it's streaming now on Peacock. So if you haven't seen it, you can see it. If you have kids like me that want to watch over and over again, they can stream this and loop it into infinity and torture us with that Jack Black Peaches song.
That's funny.
Yeah, that's right. Peaches.
Yes, Peaches.
Oh, by the way, this is that's from our parent company,
Universal. Watch that when I get home.
All right, so we got an afternoon. You like The Bear.
I'm loving The Bear.
I gotta watch.
Season 1 and 2 is on Hulu. We're holding our breath for season 3, but you got a lot to catch up on. Not too late to jump on the bandwagon. And what better way to spend an afternoon than to catch up on the show everyone's talking about that you haven't seen yet. If you're not familiar, world-class chef comes back to his hometown to run the family sandwich shop. And that's after the death of his brother. It becomes this collision of the culinary elite versus sort of the more rough and tumble crew that runs the shop. It gets very dramatic, some good food in the mix. Jeremy Allen White has been awarded and critically acclaimed, but the fans as well have kept it at around 100 or 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. People are loving it. So you got a couple seasons that you can binge if you have a nice afternoon.
It's rare that you get a show that has critical acclaim and the audience shows up for it as well.
Fans are there for it, absolutely.
Let's just say, hypothetically, you got a whole day.
If you got a whole
to
day,
do nothing but watch TV.
Just watch it. We got a new one for you, and it's kind of heavy. It's called Painkiller. It's new on Netflix. This stars Matthew Broderick, Uzo Aduba, and Taylor Kitsch. They're billing it as the origin story for the opioid epidemic. It kind of, you can put it in the same vein as like Dope Sick a couple years ago. It's a 6-part series. It's fictionalized. It's a drama, but at the beginning of each of the parts, we hear from real life parents who lost a kid to OxyContin overdose. So it's pretty heavy. More importantly, it's really an eye-opening account
Probably
of an
needed in the
issue.
zeitgeist. Yeah.
Yeah. And then on the total opposite end of the emotional spectrum, we have High School Musical, the series, season 4, the final season. It's on Disney Plus. All 8 episodes have already dropped. We've got the cast from the 3rd season returning, several from the original High School Musical, including
the original movie.
The original movie, Corbin Bleu, but no Zac Efron.
Oh, okay.
And no Ashley Tisdale. But they do explain where their characters are in this. this, but maybe you just like to dance. Maybe you want to dance and sing in the living room. This is for you.
For those of you, let's say you're fully in and you just want to binge watch all weekend. You just want to get in a chair somewhere, lay down, and just watch something.
I've got one that I think is a sleeper.
All right.
Physical. Have you seen this?
No.
Physical season 3.
Yes. What is this?
Season, right? This is on Apple TV Plus.
Physical.
It takes place in the sort of the neon world of 80s aerobics, fitness stars. It's a dark comedy. Rose Byrne stars. And in this season, we have Zooey Deschanel coming as her arch nemesis. Rose is dealing with the doubting voices in her head. Zoe threatens her empire. And guys, the season kicks off with a huge build-up on the rollout of the hottest new fitness product, the aerobics stepper.
Stepper.
Stepper, and I think like
we talked about this when this came out. It was
great.
Good stuff, yeah.
Physical. Check it out, guys.
Jeremy, thank you.
This has been great.
I know.
Thank you.
Enjoy your popcorn.
Stick around. Yeah,
I'll check.
Sure. Well, you don't have to go anywhere. Got these chairs.
Well, where we go?
Coming up, we're going to make reading even lazier. Check it out. It's a remote that turns the page of your tablet.
That's
lazy.
Yes.
That's lazy.
That's
but they're...
Adriana is here to show us a little how to do as little work as possible. And then later, a simple, so I can't even read anymore. I'm so just super simple start today workout.
That's how he reads when he's not lazy.
When you just don't feel like leaving the house.
If I can look like her and be lazy,
Peel me another grape,
winning.
Craig.
I wish I had one, man. Oh my God. The lazy theme continues. We are back with a shop all day to make your life even lazier than it is right now. From the kitchen to clothing, we have rounded up the best products to do the work for you.
All right, so here to help us this morning, we have Shop Today editorial director Adriana Brock. And if you want to purchase any of these items, just scan that QR code at the bottom of your screen. Good morning to you.
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm ready to be lazy.
Let's
right here.
Yeah.
This is next level.
This is next level.
I'm loving it. So if you have a tablet at home or an e-reader and you're into just cozying up under a blanket, or you know what, you just don't want to lift your arm and hold that tablet.
Stop saying, Craig's like, that's so lazy.
We have this clicker, which turns it into a wireless page turner.
Turns the page.
So it turns the page for you. So you can stay comfy, cozy, lazy, whatever you call it. And this, it weighs nothing. You don't even have to lift your arm. It's basically hands-free. It's $32.99. And when you're not using it on your e-reader, you can also use this on your phone to take photos.
What do you mean?
If you're taking
it triggers the shutter.
Oh, like a slideshow.
Exactly. Not a slideshow.
No?
But take an actual
You're taking pictures.
Oh, it'll take the picture.
Right.
Exactly.
I'm impressed with your picture. You didn't say one smart thing that whole time.
If you don't want to hold your tablet, you got this thing.
Exactly. Then we've got this gooseneck holder thing.
Oh, I thought this came with it.
No, it doesn't. These are two
that's
separate
not part
things.
of it?
No. This is separate.
They were too lazy to read the note.
So this is another contraption, another great one. This one, I like using it on my phone when I'm doing like FaceTime calls or video calls.
Or when I'm in the kitchen and I'm cooking some amazing recipe and I need to like prop it up so I can stir things.
Exactly.
Prop up my recipe.
Exactly. Or when you're watching
You have
TV
never
on
propped up a recipe in your natural life.
One day.
Moving on.
Listen, for that day, you've got this to do all the work for you.
All right, what's next?
Okay, so next we have these laces to make any pair of shoes you own a pair of slip-on, slide-on shoes.
That's great.
So these are really great because they replace literally any shoelace. They look just like shoelaces. You can get standard white ones, black ones. They come in all these different colors.
This is also perfect for people who have like mobility issues.
Exactly.
Exactly. So this turns them into no-show laces too. It comes with everything you need.
And just slide your foot in?
To lace them up, and you don't have to worry about tying your shoelaces anymore.
And the slip-in.
I've got like 3 pairs of these.
Really?
Not this brand, but these are so comfortable to walk around the house.
They're so comfortable. These are from Deer Foams, which is a brand that's synonymous with slippers. They make the best slippers in the game. And they've got a collapsible heel, guys, so you could slide them in and take them off easily. Also, another thing, you don't need to wear socks because it's got the built-in sock liner with fleece that they say is moisture wicking too. These are great slippers for men and women, and we have an exclusive discount for our viewers, 30% off for you.
Check out the QR code. You'll see it.
Check out that QR code.
So the butter spreader.
What is this?
I know you have a thing for butter, Al.
You might want to clarify that, Adriana. I was saying that when you do this, you get crumbs on the butter.
Yeah, so this is basically a butter holder, so you don't have to use a butter knife. You don't even need a butter dish anymore. You just pop a stick of butter in here.
But then you have crumbs all over that.
You do get crumbs all over it, but what you can do is get 2 and use one for your toast and bread and corn and all the food, and another one for your bakeware and cookware.
Okay.
So makes it easy, no butter dish, no knife.
What's this?
Okay, this is an egg bite maker. This is going to make your mornings so much faster and tastier.
Egg bites, don't you?
You love egg bites.
You love egg bites. They're packed with protein. They're so good for you. This not only makes egg bites, it also makes poached eggs in just under 10 minutes.
Okay.
And all you have to do is add water. You throw in your eggs or your egg mixture, and you just put the lid on, and it does all the work for you.
Does it cool off the eggs like this?
It does.
Okay.
You have to do that on your own
You're
plate.
such a... All right, next.
This is a great hack for the mornings.
Okay.
I love this. I would want this one.
So this one, we all know Lazy Susan, but I call her Overachiever Susan.
Oh, that's funny.
And this one is good because this one's great for your fridge because it rotates forward and back.
Look at that.
Yes.
And so you open your fridge and you can see what you have.
Exactly.
And from back to front.
This is really good for those top shelves or all those condiments. It's perfect. It's a space saver. It has suction cups, so it won't slide around.
Oh, that's great.
It's got the raised edges, so everything will stay nice and
That
neat.
thing would get so dusty in your kitchen.
No, this is good.
No.
This is good.
Put it in the fridge so it doesn't
Put
get
it in the
dust.
fridge.
Put it in the fridge
All
or
right,
shelf.
Adriana, thank you so much.
No, I meant dusty in your kitchen specifically.
I was going to
Because
put
it
you off
wouldn't be
the world
used.
television.
And remember, you can purchase all of these items by scanning the QR code, which is pretty lazy, or go to today.com/shop.
Up next.
Good. Up next, it's the couch workout. We are learning simple exercises that we can all do without even getting up. We'll be right back. Just because it's our lazy show doesn't mean we're not getting a little workout in and still staying on theme here.
That's right. We're learning exercises you can do right from the comfort of your couch. Here to show us some of these moves is certified trainer and founder
where my head's placed. All right.
The trainer and founder of the Daily Thrive app,
Vicky.
Vicky, how are you?
Good. Good luck keeping us on the rails.
I know.
By the way, for folks who don't know, Vicky's got more than 1.9 million YouTube subscribers who tune in to work out. So that's what you call this, the lazy girl couch workout. You can do this on the couch.
Yes.
You can do this on the floor.
Yes. The point of this workout is that it can be done by anyone, anywhere, anytime. It's a few minutes long, and it makes you feel just so good in just a few minutes.
What's the first workout?
So the first exercise, we are gonna.
I want to do whatever you're doing.
Sorry. Well,
She's not working out on the floor.
So, Vicky, you were saying, what's the first?
We got to lay on our side.
Okay.
Yes. So, for the first exercise.
I followed her around everywhere. Like,
well,
you let her go.
Oh, sorry.
Laughing is also good for your abs.
That's true.
Okay. So for the first exercise, Al, you want to be careful with your head.
Okay.
We are going to do side leg raises. So staying with your core tight, you're going to raise your leg up just a bit, not too high, come back down. So this works your glute medius, which is the upper outer part of your booty, and your TFL.
Oh, this is medius.
This is, and really and truly, if we're watching something on TV, you can almost just do this while
Absolutely.
it passes the time.
Okay.
Exactly.
How many times should we do this?
Like 12 to 20 reps. It just depends on your own fitness level, but you don't have to go too high.
Okay. What's another lower body one? Vicky?
Another lower body one is a clamshell. So you want to put your legs together like this, keeping your heels together. You're going to open your knee up like this, back down. You should feel this one in your glute maximus.
Some producers are going to lose their job over this thing.
Okay. Well, this one
some
is
producer
great.
didn't make you wear one size too small.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Let's move on to the upper body. How about we move on to the upper body?
Okay, upper body, we're gonna be seated so we can, you know, you guys can come up on the couch.
Oh,
everybody up.
You're such a
We can be more mature about this.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Miss Vicky.
Sorry, Vicky.
Okay.
So we're gonna start off with robot arms. So you're gonna put your arms up like this. Make sure your elbows are in line with your shoulders. And all you're gonna do is bring your arms like this and up. Very easy.
Kind of like those cats you see in the Chinese restaurant.
Oh,
Yes. It has a new name.
Exactly.
But this is great for your shoulders, for your mobility, for your upper body.
And honestly, I feel it.
And how many times do you do this one?
Same thing, like 15 to 20 times. And this is great because you can do this at your desk when you're at work. Just, I mean, your coworkers might be like.
And how about a good core exercise?
Core exercise, we're gonna do some lean back marches. You wanna lean back just a little bit until you feel your abs engage. You're gonna bring one knee up and switch.
This is good. And again, if you're watching, let's say, a 30-minute show, you can get all of these
Exactly, and these are so easy that you don't really have to think about them that much.
Yeah. Honestly, if you're watching TV a couple times a week or whatever you're doing and you can do this and get this in,
Vicky,
it's not bad.
And I want to apologize formally for my friend Al. For more inspiration, sign up for our Start Today newsletter. All you have to do is scan that QR code. It's right there. Scan that QR code. Or you can head to today.com/start today. Third hour of today, hopefully right back after this.
Whoa. right, so after all this laziness, we're going to bring the energy back up for you tomorrow with a Friday concert. Don't miss Kelsey Ballerini live rocking the plaza.
But first on Hoda and Jenna, Food Network star Ann Burrell shows us a summer favorite you can make in less than 15 minutes.
I always enjoy Ann Burrell.
Yeah,
I always enjoy
I enjoyed our lazy show.
After that workout,
Wasn't it delightful?
and dealing with you for an hour. Third hour of today, back on Friday. Have a fantastic Thursday, everyone. Bye-bye.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Today, rapper, actor, and music superstar 50 Cent is here, and we're celebrating his indelible impact on hip-hop. Plus, Food Network star Ann Burrell serves up a super simple chicken that's perfect for a quick weeknight meal. And Relationship Court is in session with TV personality Elaine Swan. It's Today with Hoda and Jenna. It all starts right now.
Hi, everyone. Y'all, it is Thursday, August the 10th. Justin Sylvester is in for Hoda, who's enjoying a little more time off. Hi.
Hi, thank you for having me back.
Oh, you're always welcome here. You're always
I love
welcome
it here.
here.
I'm going to move into the studio.
Where are you going to sleep? Like right there in the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay, Usher is making some headlines, right?
Oh, it's crazy. The guy is currently on the cover of Vibe magazine looking hot and sharing what motivates him romantically.
Okay, he admitted that being single was the hardest thing he's ever done.
Is it?
Well, for Usher, I guess. He said, this was his quote, "I don't like to be alone."
Now, Usher has been married and divorced twice and is currently in a relationship. But what I thought was interesting is he had only been single for 2 months. Like, I'm sitting here running on 9 years. And I'm telling you right now.
You haven't been single for 9 years straight.
Not 9 years straight.
But you were never married yet.
I was never married. My last serious relationship was when I was like 31.
Okay.
And I have to say, being single is hard when everyone around you is in a relationship.
Yeah.
But I gotta tell you, I've been chronically single for some time now, and I like it. I actually love it.
Like where it's kind of problematic, right? Like where you're like, wait, I gotta figure out, I don't want to get so stuck in my own ways that there's not room for somebody else.
100%, because sometimes you get too comfortable.
Yeah.
And then you start self-sabotaging before a relationship even starts. And I'm only telling you this because my therapist told me the same thing. Because, you meet someone and you're like, okay, this could go somewhere. But if you're chronically single, your mind goes to, oh, it's going to cost a lot, or this person's going to come in my space.
Yeah.
Do I really want this? And it might hurt me in the...
Because you've lived alone now for how long?
I've never lived with a boyfriend.
Yeah, but you lived with Kyle Richards, right?
I've not had a roommate since I was 30.
Okay.
So 6 years I've been living alone,
Yeah.
walking around in my robe, having my coffee when I want it.
Like there's something really, I'm sure there's some really cool pride in the fact that you came from Louisiana, you're now in Los Angeles, you have a great career, you've made great friends, you've done this all on your own without the support of a partner.
No, it really is crazy. And I was raised by a single mom. The lady I lived with when I was 17 was also a single mom. So I actually didn't know what it was like to have a partner.
Yeah.
And when I started working with Kyle Richards, she and Maurice were such great partners, and in crime, in partnering, in parenting, and all of it. And I learned a lot from them, but I don't know. I get really nervous thinking about being in a relationship.
I actually think being solid and happy single is one of the best gifts you can give yourself. Because now that you feel like that, confident and happy, and there's like a little space.
But let me ask you a question.
There's a little space.
Let me ask you this. As my married friend.
Yes.
Who's happily married.
Yes.
Don't you ever wish you could just wake up and not have a plan and see where life takes you?
Yeah.
Don't you miss that?
Well, that's called youth. I mean, yes, I miss youth and like the freedom, but like you still have a mortgage. You still have to go to work every day.
No, you're right. You're right.
You know what I mean?
And by the way, when I said that, every parent on the thing was like, oh, yes.
Yeah. I mean, even having the last 2 nights, my kids have been with my parents away, and I've had the house to myself. And even that feels like the most kind of luxurious. Like, I'm like, what am I going to do this evening? Like, it can be anything, and really, I don't do anything. I just lay in bed and watch Daisy Jones and the Six. But
A good watch, by the way.
Oh, look, see, that's something we agree on.
But I can remember my mom being like, can I just sit here in peace for 5 minutes?
Yeah, totally.
Like, she would go and hide in the bathroom.
No, but guess what? You go into the bathroom and hide. I can't take a bath without a child popping in.
You see, I'm not looking forward to that. That's why I'm going to adopt a teen. Okay, give me somebody who's 17, who knows exactly what he wants in life. And
So you have one more year?
That's
That's it?
One more year. But please come to my house for Thanksgiving, Christmas, bring your girlfriends over. We can do the whole thing.
Oh my God, Justin. Okay, speaking of dating, there's a new trend. It's featured in the New York Times.
It's called a Date Me Doc. Now, they're like a Google Doc, but for finding a mate.
Yo, 1,000 plus words? Is that what it says?
Yes.
No, that's too much. It's like a small novella.
No.
Okay.
You got to be detailed. You
So-
got to be detailed.
I guess the idea is, and I want to hear from you on this, but you can create one, then you send it out.
Yes.
Like you're like, hey, and you do like an email blast.
Yes.
I'm looking for somebody. Here's my doc.
Well, some people send a doc. I send a deck or a PowerPoint. Because I like to
We're
be...
talking Excel or what? What were we talking about?
I'm talking Excel. I'm talking PowerPoint, Photoshop, because this is what happens.
Like you get up there and you get the thing and you say, here I am, and all the things you're interested in?
No. Let's say you say, hey, I want to hook you up with somebody.
Yeah.
I know someone.
Yeah.
Historically, when somebody says, I have a gay friend I want to hook you up with, it never goes well. So what I do is I send you the doc so you can look at my requirements.
Okay.
And then you can suss out and read the situation.
Oh my gosh, is this your doc?
Yes.
Date me,
This
Justin Sylvester.
This is my mini doc.
Must love plants and are willing to water mine.
I got a lot of plants.
Okay,
Yes.
do you love plants or you just want somebody to water your plants?
I love my plants.
Okay.
Mhm.
Must know your FICO and Experian rating.
Yes, you have to know your credit score because knowing is growing. And I don't need you to be rich. I just want you to know that you're want to be rich at some point. And if you know your FICO, we're good.
Must watch Law & Order SVU reruns.
Only SVU.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't need criminal
SVU
intent.
is so much better.
And by the way, when her hair cuts short, you know it's sassy. When Mariska Hargitay has that short hair,
yes,
it's a good episode.
Yes. Okay, wait. The last one is. I actually agree. You have to have TSA pre-check.
But why do you think?
Because when you go through the security with them, no.
Let me tell you about TSA pre-check that a girlfriend put me on to. So you know, like when you're watching Lifetime and the woman says, but I didn't know he was a killer, or I had no idea he had 7 wives. If you date somebody with TSA pre-check, that means that the government already did a little background check on them, and you won't end up talking to Craig Melvin about how he deceived you on Dateline.
Wait, but is that true? They do it. So they won't give you TSA pre-check if you've broken the law or
If you've
anything?
had if you have a criminal past, they will not give you a TSA pre-check. So if you meet a man and he has TSA pre-check, Uncle Sam looked into it.
Justin, we love you so much. Okay, coming up next, what has been the biggest summer blockbuster, the best one, according to us?
Well, Jen and I will hash it out in the great debate after this.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Okay, when it comes to entertainment, Justin is by far the biggest expert that I know, okay? And we've realized this week that we don't agree on every single topic, so it's time to hash it out.
Yes, it's called
The Great Debate Pop Culture Edition.
All right, now we'll be given a topic, and we each have 20 seconds to make our case and hit our bell. Our judges, Gavin, Rainey, and Talia, will pick a winner at the end of each round.
Okay.
Are you guys ready?
Well, I'm ready. Are you ready?
Let's roll.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah,
Let's go.
yeah.
Ben, what is our first topic, please?
All right, here we go. Your first topic is best movie snack. Jenna, you're up first. Go.
Okay, this is gonna seem very niche, but I love a Junior Mint, okay? I've loved a Junior Mint since I was in 7th grade. You wanna know why?
Why?
It is on the outside chocolatey and delicious, but on the inside it is wintry, fresh, so that then your breath tastes good, and when you give that boy your first kiss, he likes it, and so do you. Junior Mints for the win.
20 seconds.
I know it's niche. Go ahead and win. Let's
Justin,
go.
your 20-second rebuttal starts now.
First of all, I was going to come with a whole presentation, but I had my snack right here and I had to move it because she was eating it, okay? It's called hot popcorn. M&M's on the inside. The hot popcorn warms the chocolate. So when you're ready for something sweet with the salty, you just pick up one M&M and let it melt in your mouth, okay? I don't even need the other 2 seconds. Look, she's eating, look, she's eating.
No, I just said try that, okay? Judges, who won that round?
Thank you.
We knew it was coming.
10s across the board.
We knew it was coming, but did you try that Junior Mint?
I'm going to try it in a minute.
Okay, Ben, what is our next topic?
Your next debate topic is this summer's best blockbuster. Justin, the floor is yours.
Okay, the blockbuster I have is Mission Impossible. It is one of the best movies. The storyline is great. It is phenomenal. But most importantly, Tom Cruise is still kicking butt at 60 plus. Come on, have you ever seen anything like it? The man can do no wrong. And all the hype around Barbie and Oppenheimer, this movie had half the marketing. So I'm gonna give it to it.
All right, Jenna, your 20-second rebuttal starts now.
Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Now, did you make Mission Impossible bracelets?
Yeah.
Did you and all your girls dress in pink to go? Did you make $1 billion at the Blockbuster? Were you directed by a woman? The first woman to make that type of money? I'm still wearing my Come on, Barbie, let's go party bracelets. Sorry.
I mean, is she Gloria Allred here? She's a lawyer up in here. We said a debate, not a closing argument.
Well, it was my rebuttal time. Anyway, who won that one? Sorry, it was Queen.
You know what? I'll give it to you.
You took one for the team with Mission Impossible.
I'm going to take one, but I'll get you on the next one.
Okay. Ben?
Your final topic is who should be the next Super Bowl headliner. Jenna, you're up.
I'm up first. Okay. I have 2 words for you. Taylor Swift. How many people have gone to the Eras Festival this summer? A lot of people. Have people had fun? They sure have. Has she put on an incredible show? Absolutely. Is she going to Europe? Yes. Is she coming back to New Orleans, Miami, then going to Toronto? Yes. Would all the kids watch? The girls too? Absolutely.
Okay. Hold
Justin,
on. Let me wet my throat real quick.
20-second rebuttal
He's not quite
starts
ready.
Okay, I'm ready.
right now.
Okay, first of all, by the time Super Bowl comes, everybody in America would have already seen the show, so what would be new? The other thing is, Super Bowl halftime show is like a wedding. There's a melting pot of all kinds of people, so you need like wedding music. Who better than Usher? Everybody knows when Usher comes on at a wedding, you are on that dance floor, so why not give him Super Bowl halftime? He earned it. Hold a minute, and do not give her this because she works here, okay?
You work here too.
No, her name's on the door, but... One.
Don't let him say...
3.
What?
Oh!
That means with a score of 2-1, Justin is the winner.
You know what? You deserved it.
Come
you
on.
deserved it. And this
Usher
one,
at Super
by the way,
Bowl.
I would have even voted for your snack.
I'm gonna
But
take
try
the
a
Junior
Junior Mint.
Mint.
Okay, thank you guys. Coming up next, this hip hop star performed at the Super Bowl back in 2022.
He is the one and only 50 Cent, and he joins us after this.
Right? Oh yeah, this is my song. This month we have been celebrating the 50th anniversary of hip hop with some of the biggest names in the business. And today we are so happy to have Emmy and Grammy winning superstar Curtis 50 Cent Jackson.
50 kicked off the final lap tour this summer, celebrating the 20th anniversary of his debut album, Get Rich or Die Trying. And guess what? He has already sold more than 1 million tickets, as if he needed more money. You did it.
We are so happy you're here today.
I'm excited, baby.
Okay, this tour, everybody's talking about it. It's been awesome. First of all, why are you saying it's the final?
Well, because I got a lot going on in film and television.
So you really think it's your last tour?
Well, I won't be able to commit to this long of a tour.
Okay.
Because this tour, it's already 94 dates announced, and then there's that's not even, we're not finished, because we still didn't announce Africa or Thailand, Taipei, Taiwan, Bangkok, Japan, or China.
You know, one of the things that I think is so fascinating about you is that you had a really difficult childhood, and you've evolved so much. I mean, as everybody does, but there's like a resilience in you that I don't know that everybody has. Is that because of all of the things that happened? You lost your mom.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff in my background, but those things, you don't, I don't make excuses. Like, I don't have a reason for me not to be able to accomplish the things I want in my life. And then when I do, since I got a place in Houston, right? When I got out there, I started working with the independent school district to create an entrepreneurship program. And I give the kids that energy. I don't care what the circumstances are. It's not bad.
But it maybe fires you, if anything. You know what I mean? It gives you that energy to keep going.
Yeah, and everybody, I think they have their own things that they feel like are the catalyst to them feeling like their own setbacks, the things that's difficult for them to deal with. And it could seem minor to us, but it's a major thing to them personally. And then I think you got to figure out how to work past it, like how to focus and get past that.
Yeah.
That's so crazy. I mean, you're a guy from the hood. I'm from the hood. Take me to the moment when you went to a different country and you could hear people who English isn't their first language sing your songs back to you louder than you could even get.
A lot of my international following is like that. There's 3 of us really. It's me, M, and Dr. Dre.
Yeah.
You know, and they're not gonna see M or Dre. They don't come out the house like that. M goes to the house, to the studio, that's it. And then, so what they do is they can kind of see me as representation of the 3 of us.
Yeah.
And when we travel in there, it's so many different, first time was Japan. It was the anger management tour. It was the first time I was outside the country, and they was knowing all of the words to the songs that we were singing. M took me on that tour for that purpose, for me to see it the first time with him. And that's why the melodies are so important in the music, because they don't necessarily know what they're saying right away, and then
it shows you how music connects too, right?
50 years of hip hop, we're celebrating it right now.
You're on the cover, Men's Health.
Men's Health, so you're not going from the studio.
Hey, look at that.
He's going to the gym too over here. What was it like having all that hip hop royalty there?
It was a lot of fun, man. You got Busta's there. He's at an amazing place in his career right now. You know, he just got a Lifetime Achievement Award, stuff like that, like a BET Awards. They acknowledged him. And Meth is making me #1 on TV. That's why I made sure he was in the middle. I said, put him in the middle. right here, because they had Boston in the middle, and I was like, look, if you want this to be right, you will move Method Man to the middle of this picture. And I just stayed on the sideline, you know.
Or do you still think of yourself as a rapper first and foremost, or now entrepreneur?
They ask me when I come, they say, so how do we, you know, we call you? Do we go Curtis or 50? I said, 50? More people know me as 50 than Curtis. Like, I feel like my grandmother's calling me when you say Curtis.
But there is a difference, right, between Curtis and 50. What's
absolutely.
the difference?
Curtis is a lot smarter. They get him out of trouble.
Yeah. Now, this is the difference. We can call him 50. Helen Mirren has to call him Sir Curtis. You recently said you had a crush on Helen Mirren.
Yeah. Two crushes since my entire life on television, like stars.
Wait, so Helen Mirren and who else?
Helen Mirren is.
Oh, you've had a crush on her twice.
No, I saw her. It was at the film festival in Monaco. And she has this thing, like, she look at you. Taylor was like, the husband's right there. And I was like, yo, you saw what she just did? He was like, yeah, she does it all the time, right?
But you've got a girlfriend.
Yeah. You know, my other question is for Felicia Rashad.
Oh.
Because you grew up watching the Cosbys.
Yeah.
And she was bougie.
And she just had that thing. No, they can talk with their eyes. If you watch them, her and Helen Mirren can
Were your
talk.
two crushes.
Yes.
But does your girlfriend is your third, right? Just to...
Yeah. Thank you. I catch that. That was the alley-oop right there.
Just here, right
By
there.
the way, his girlfriend is literally right behind that camera being like, what's up?
She was like, fix your love life.
She's also an entrepreneur, by the way.
Okay. Yeah.
Do y'all kind of talk business together or not really?
A little bit. I try to stay out of her business. Because it's growing, she's doing that thing. It's exciting to see it. But she accomplished it herself, so I want her to do it. So it's not me just taking over it. Huh?
We're going to be in your business for a minute because we saw that ring she had on in March.
Oh,
you're going there.
I'm going there. Look, how can I not go there? It's like sitting there like an ice rink.
I don't know how that even got out. That is an accident photograph.
But are y'all engaged?
No, that's friendship. That's a friendship.
A friendship ring. I want to be your friend. Amazing. Okay, well, thank you, 50. You're so talented. It's awesome to have you here.
Thank you. It's exciting.
We really appreciate it.
And go see him on tour, y'all.
Yeah, I'm going to be out there.
Coming up next, y'all, Food Network star Ann Burrell.
She's got the perfect dish for all those summer veggies after this.
So she's trying to like
friendship ring.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
All right, if y'all are stopping by the farmer's market this weekend to pick up some sweet summer veggies, we have got just the dish for you.
Ann Burrell is the co-host of Food Network's Worst Cooks in America, and she's showing us two worst cooks how to make one of her favorite meals.
Totally. Okay. Hi, Anne.
Hello.
Okay,
How are you
a chicken
guys?
paillard salad. This sounds amazing.
Chicken paillard is one of my favorite dishes everywhere. I've actually had to put a little moratorium on myself sometimes of eating it because I get it everywhere I go.
Okay.
But it's just basically a pounded chicken breast.
Yeah.
We are making this today with basil pesto, so I have
Yum.
lots of basil in there.
Okay, can I
we
help
can
you?
throw Parmesan cheese,
Okay.
some garlic and pine nuts,
Wait, is
half
this
that oil.
all that goes into a pesto? Because I always get so intimidated by it.
You should
whole thing, you think?
Yep, all of it, and pine nuts, and then just puree.
This?
We're gonna puree a little. We're gonna get it started first.
Okay.
And then, there you go, like that.
That I can do.
Just there we go.
Look how fast it is.
I know, so cute and easy, quick and easy. Ooh, we got a little basil leaf stuck in the tub there.
Okay.
All right, there we go. We can add, now I add, my little secret trick is adding a little mascarpone cheese, which
Whoa.
is like Italian cream cheese. It keeps things nice and creamy and it helps the pesto from turning brown.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah,
And
that's a
you
secret.
can totally make this ahead. Here, let's put a little bit more
oil?
Yep. And you can make this ahead and then store it in your fridge with a little olive oil over the top, and it prevents it from turning brown. So if you want to make a little bruschetta,
Does the
you want to use
cheese
it for
do
this,
that?
The mascarpone does.
Yeah.
It's like that little dairy in there. So there we go.
Okay,
That's
amazing. Look how beautiful
By
that
the way,
is.
this is like so calming. Playing with this.
That's what I like to think
all day long. It's like a sound machine.
Yes.
Cooking is calming.
Okay, so now we have the chicken, and you like to slice it. Is that right?
It's a chicken breast, and we just
Look at this half.
cut it in half and open it like a book. So there we go. And then we just give it a little pound. So look at that.
Wow.
We open it right up.
I didn't know that was something you could do.
And
I thought
and
you
so
just had
then
to pound it.
pound it nice and thin. There you go.
Oh, and watch out. Sorry, and watch out for that rock. Please. Don't hit the
So
rock.
basically, this is what we're looking
Pretty.
for when we're done.
And how thin is too thin? Because I know some people pound too much.
They pound really, really thin. I like to have some meat on my chicken.
Okay.
I like to have a little girth
Juice.
to it, a little heft, if you say. So go ahead, give it a season with kosher salt and granulated garlic.
Granulated garlic.
Yeah, there's like a little extra oomph in there. And then it is basically a really fast cook. So we get it into our pan. I'm gonna turn our burner up a little bit. So we get it into our pan. We just cook it on both sides.
And you put that much oil in there?
I was about to ask the same thing.
This is a decent amount of oil.
So like
yes.
maybe a little much?
You know,
You like a little fry.
Yes, we like a little fry on it.
Okay.
And then, so just we cook our chicken, and then a little veggie topping. Basically, you can put whatever you want.
Like it's
on
kind
this,
of
so.
using all the veggies that you have in your
I was about to
fridge.
say,
Exactly.
you know, the ones that are looking at you in the refrigerator
Yeah,
because
and
you
they're
haven't
like,
used
"You're
them in
about to
7
go
days.
bad."
Yes.
So yeah, there we go. Ooh, not quite yet.
Not yet?
Nope. We're just gonna get that. So you want to cook this about 2/3 on one side. So you see it
You
go
can see
from
the white,
this
yes.
pink translucent to white. So we cook it to about 2/3 of the way on the first side, and then we turn it over.
2/3 of the way coming into the middle of the chicken.
Yeah, so when you see it
not
start
yet.
out like that, then we flip it over, and then it's about half the time on the second side.
Okay.
So then for our topping, we have some garlic, some zucchini, and cherry
Beautiful.
tomatoes. So I like to cook the cherry tomatoes just till they start to get a little wilty.
Because you don't want them to be too soggy.
No, just till they start to let out their beautiful little juices. And then I throw in some corn. So cut it right off the cup. I mean,
Totally.
corn at this time of year, I cannot get enough.
I agree, and also you do end up getting leftovers, you know?
Yes, yes. And this is great on a chicken paillard. It's great on a little piece of toast.
Yes.
Oh, so you can keep it
great
for
with
like
pork
burrata.
chop.
You can
You can put this on anything. And then at the last second, we throw in a little slice of red
Onions. Oh my
onion
gosh.
and some red wine vinegar.
I like how you make this kind of a salad on top. Come on
Yes.
over, Justin. You want some?
So then we finish it up. So we have our pesto that we just made, and we're just gonna give it a little schmear on the pesto. I have some baby arugula.
By the way, can we just say we hear there's a new season?
A new season of Worst Cooks is out and it's airing on Sunday nights on the Food Network. So this season focuses on singles looking for love, learning how to cook.
Justin.
Anne Burrell,
Should've
you got your
thought,
next contestant over here.
And thank you so much. We adore you. And to get this recipe, go to today.com/food.
Up next, couples and besties hash out their differences in relationship court. It is in session right after this. This is Anne. The pesto is.
Welcome to today. So happy to see you guys. Would you like my boost?
Yes.
Back, here we go. Sometimes we just do things to help. That's our Hoda. Happy birthday! We got an awesome crowd, y'all.
All rise, it's time to lay down the law and help out some of our viewers in relationship court. Etiquette edition. Today, etiquette expert Elaine Swan is here and our judge.
Glad to be here.
Here's how it is going to work. We've got some duos with a disagreement in their relationship. Each will present their sides of the argument. After hearing them both out, Elaine will issue a final ruling. Elaine, are you ready?
I am ready. Yes.
Okay, Lee.
Let's do this.
Let's do it. Ready? Lee, will you tell us about the first case, please?
It's the case of the audio aficionado. Allie and Roger have been married for 36 years. They both love listening to music, but have different opinions on the desired volume level.
All right, Allie, I know what I would say, but you'll have 20 seconds to make your case, and then Roger, you'll have 20 seconds to rebut.
Allie, you're up first. Let's go.
Good morning, judges.
Good morning.
I just want to say Roger's an excellent sound tech, best in New York City. But he likes to listen to his music like we live in Madison Square Garden. We live in a large one-bedroom apartment, people. 2 kids, 2 cats, okay? Sometimes it's so loud, I'm like, please, the neighbors, God, they can hear it like outside on the street. He says the neighbors aren't complaining. What?
That went too fast. Give us, you can finish quickly your final thought.
Okay, the neighbors aren't complaining. I said, yeah, Raj, but we are.
Yes.
And the cats are freaking out.
Yeah, it hurts the cat's ears.
It totally does.
It hurts the cat's ears.
Wear
Okay.
headphones.
Roger, it is now time for your rebuttal.
Well, I'm a technical audio engineer. I do my own music at home. I don't want to just listen with headphones. I like to play it on my speakers at a respectable volume. And Allie, sometimes I like a second opinion. Yeah. Or maybe not.
Okay, I think we can.
He went 15 seconds.
Yes.
He's like, this is my thing.
That he knows what he thinks.
He knows what he thinks. Okay.
Judge Elaine.
Well, here's the thing, Roger. I am married to a musician. My husband is a rocker. He plays bass. And so I get it, and I understand you, Allie. But here's the thing. Etiquette is about putting others at ease. And I say that if you're doing something that's impacting people in a negative manner, then you have to figure out something else to do. So I think maybe you can probably, I'm going to rule with Allie. And here's why. Because, Roger, you can go get a sound room, you can get a rehearsal spot, wear your headphones when you're working on something, but when you want to turn it up, think about the folks who you live with, because happy wife, happy life.
Oh, good.
There you go.
Roger probably actually knows that after 36 years.
Yeah.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Allie. Thank you, Roger. It is time for case number 2. Lee, tell us what we've got.
It's the case of the constant cusser. Kim and Ayanna have been friends for 15 years. They love a good girls' night out, but disagree about using profanity in public.
Okay, I'm gonna recuse myself from this case because when I have 2 margaritas, I'm a cusser.
Okay,
So-
I know. Every once in a while I cuss too, so we have some bias here. We have some bias. But each of y'all have 20 seconds. Kim, you're up first. 20 seconds on the clock. Make your case.
My good friend Ayanna, great fun, but whenever we go out, she curses way too much. I mean, in public, at a restaurant, at the library. I just think it's a little inappropriate, and I don't want to go out and have to cringe to know if she's going to be dropping F-bombs everywhere.
Ooh,
Okay, got it done with 5 seconds to
Another
spare.
5 seconds.
Ayanna?
Ayanna, my new best friend, are you ready to tell us? We have
Yeah.
20 seconds on the clock. Go.
Listen, I've been reading on a college level since I was in the 3rd grade.
Yes,
so
queen.
Thank you. So I definitely have an extensive knowledge of the English language. I curse because it's fun. I know a lot of people who do aggressive crafting. You don't see me asking them why they crochet so much. So I just feel like I should be able to say what I want. And when we're at the library, I do whisper.
Oh, okay.
I am sorry, but if that is not a case for cursing, I don't know what is.
Right? But wait, I have a question. Kim, you say that there is a time and a place. I'm just asking for a friend who might be from Texas. What's a good place that you can curse?
I mean, if you're at home and you stub your toe, and nobody can hear you. But I mean, if we're in public in the middle of Times Square, or we're in a restaurant or at a business meeting, I don't want to be like, you know.
Uh-oh, I better watch my
Just
mouth
like-
in my business meetings. Sorry, Talia.
I mean,
Okay,
honestly,
Judge?
there is a time and place for everything
right.
under the sun. Absolutely. And the thing about it is, with cursing, like you said, you read at a college level, you speak at a college level, but you are probably not perceived at a college level because of the language you're using. And the thing about etiquette is, first impressions are lasting impressions, and you want to make that impression count. People will treat you on how they want to, based upon how they perceive you. And so you don't want to be perceived in a negative manner. I think there's some other words you can find in the vocabulary, in your college level vocabulary, that can fit the time and place. And for that, I'm going to go ahead and rule in favor of Kim.
Okay, Ayanna, I am going to take that ruling and I am going to shut up because I want to say something. I just heard you speak for the very first time. Sometimes you need a little adjective just to describe how you feel, right?
You need to when the 4-letter ones are perfect.
They
for those
sure
moments.
are. And I met you just now, and I had a wonderful impression of you.
But she did not curse.
Well, that's right.
That makes a big
Okay, well, maybe we won't tear it up.
All right.
Thank you both. Y'all are delightful.
We'll see you in appeals court.
Okay, thank you guys so much, Elaine. You're so awesome. Thank you. And if you all have a relationship case, head to hodaandjenna.com. All you have to do is hit that connect button to share it with us.
Up next, it's our weekend watch list after this.
If y'all are looking for a way to beat the summer heat this weekend, you're in luck because we've got all kinds of great entertainment lined up for you.
Here with our weekend watch list is Rotten Tomatoes editor Jacqueline Coley. Hello.
Hi, Jacqueline.
I love the popcorn.
Okay, I love the popcorn.
Never gonna leave.
And we love it when you're here because you give us, I need a pencil to take notes. You give us all the great things, Only Murders back. Everybody's talking about this one.
We're so excited at Rotten Tomatoes that this one is back. This is Only Murders Left in the Building, the 3rd season. This was teased at the end of season 2, and we are back with another murder mystery. This time, Paul Rudd sort of plays the body that we find on opening night of Martin Sheen's character's new play, and the threesome are back at it trying to solve a murder. This one has the really sort of like murder, dinner, mystery sort of vibes to it. Of course, we have the incomparable Paul Rudd, but also Meryl Streep joined us this time.
It's fire.
So stacked.
Literally.
And everyone who joined it is mostly because they are just a huge fan of Only Murders Left in the Building. Also, Jesse Williams from Grey's Anatomy fame is joining this one. I think it's going to be incredible. All 3 seasons are certified fresh on the tomato meter, including the last one at 98%.
That's huge.
Well, 98% that Meryl's going to get this Emmy because anytime she steps on screen, now you have something for the music lovers out there. Her Netflix is coming out with something big.
Yeah, and I will say this. Selena's over there doing Only Murders. Now we have Queen Latifah in this docuseries because hip-hop is turning 50 years old. And all along the way throughout hip-hop, there have been incredible women who have been a part of this incredible art form, and now they're getting their own docuseries coming to Netflix. It's produced by MC Lyte, who's also involved. Tons of OGs, you know, Remy Ma. We're talking about Roxanne. We're talking about Queen Latifah, whose you know, signature song "Ladies First" is actually what inspires the title of the series. And I will say it also has new artists talking about folks like Megan Thee Stallion, because really in hip hop right now, the women are the top artists. Lotto, Ice Spice, Nicki Minaj, Megan Thee Stallion, and Cardi B. And these are the top artists in hip hop, and this docuseries really gives them their moment in the sun.
Oh my gosh, I'm dying to see that. Okay, football season. This is kind of a controversial one.
I'm very excited about this, about football, you guys.
Aaron Rodgers.
Listen, Hard Knocks, this is the, you know, the long-running NFL docuseries that sort of takes you inside the opening days of training camp in the NFL. And this is a controversial series to begin with. There's this idea of the Hard Knocks curse where every team that's in it ends up losing. Not necessarily true. But this year we have, I would say, Mr. Rogers' neighborhood, because Aaron Rodgers, the very controversial former Packers quarterback, is at the helm of the New York Jets. Fun fact for this one, the last time that a Hard Knocks team went to the playoffs and did well was the New York Jets back in 2011.
So there's a chance.
So there's a chance, and all I will say as a lifelong Packers fan who has watched Aaron Rodgers for several years, the kindest thing I can say for him is I wish him luck.
Okay, now this is a Peacock one from our sister company. We need a comedy.
Yes, we need to lift up and be happy, and if you need to lift up and be happy, looking a little bit further down, not quite this weekend, but later on down the road, we have Killing It. This is the Craig Robinson sort of 2nd season comedy. We see him at the top of the world in season 1. This one was also certified fresh on the tomato meter. And then when we see him in season 2, he's sort of deconstructing how he was killing it, even though the way he got there was really sort of messy. So it's sort of like a real life tale of somebody being awesome and showing the messy, uncomfortable, and really hilarious versions of how they got there. So yeah, the mystery of a billionaire.
You know who's killing it? Whoever made this popcorn. I'm not joking, you guys.
And
This is
you,
good popcorn.
you're amazing. Thank you, Jacqueline.
Just trying to keep up with y'all.
And also the fact that you matched the popcorn with the yellow nails and everything.
This was not intentional, but I'm going to vibe with it.
Totally. Thank you, and we'll be back right after this.
Seriously, who made this popcorn?
Justin, we love you. Thank you so much for hanging
you for
with
having
us.
me.
Will you come back soon?
Please, I'm
Okay,
here.
please do. Tomorrow, y'all, we've got one of New York City's Real Housewives, Sada Silva. She's going to give us a tour inside her Brooklyn townhouse.
Bye, everybody.
Oh, that's it? Bye. Today's Thursday. Tomorrow is
Friday.
Yeah.
For music icon Shania Twain, songs like That Don't Impress Me Much,
That don't impress me much.
You're Still the One,
You're still the one I run to.
and Man, I Feel Like a Woman,
Man, I feel like a woman.
catapulted her into musical icon status. She became the top-selling female country music artist in history. But behind the music is the ultimate story of survival. After a battle with Lyme disease, Shania came close to losing the very thing that kept her alive, her voice. The Shania you'll meet today has experienced a rebirth, more confident, more at peace, and with more agency in her own life. This Shania is free. The Shania who sits across from me today is open, honest, and unapologetic.
You are in a beautiful chapter in your life. I feel like you're comfy in your own skin. How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated in so many ways. I'm feeling positive and optimistic, but still at the same time very unapologetic.
That's a good word.
You know what I mean? I don't feel like I need to explain myself as much as probably ever in my life. But I feel very responsible still. You know, like the Queen of Me title for the new album, it couldn't be more fitting for where I'm really at in my own mind. I'm responsible for myself. I take the good with the bad. I know I've got faults. I know I'll never be perfect. And I'll keep striving to be better, but I'm mostly enjoying the search.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying the evolution.
They say there's that saying, if you're not learning, you're dying. If you're not growing, you're dying. And I feel like through all these chapters in your life, you're always evolving. Because some people are very similar, I feel like, year to year to year, but I don't feel like that's you at all.
I feel like I'm an explorer at
Yeah.
heart. You know, I like to explore things I've never done, mostly things I've never thought of. That's where songwriting is so great, because it's a creative platform to let my imagination run wild, and I'm a true explorer in that sense with songwriting. So that's always been a very liberated space for me anyway, but I think more in my real life, I'm taking on more of the, you know, I'm letting go of inhibition a lot more.
Wow. People say write what you know. If someone were just to see this album and see your life, they would say, wow, her life was rose-colored glasses and she went through that way. This is a moment in your life where you are seeing the joy.
I'm celebrating the joy.
Yeah.
Really. I've always seen the good in things. I've always been an optimistic person, but I'm appreciating being able to sing again after this, you know, very difficult operation on my throat. I'm just grateful for so many things. I have a great son. I have a happy marriage. I'm healthy. My focus is more about well-being than it's ever been before. I'm just concerned less about the small things.
I love it.
You know, the important things. There's a small list of really, really essential things in order to be happy.
Yes.
It's a small list.
What do you need to be happy?
You know, you need health.
Health. You got that.
Yes,
Yeah.
you got health. I need freedom, meaning, I mean, anything creative gives me freedom.
Yeah.
I could live in a box and still find that freedom.
Wow, that's good.
I really could. I can escape with my mind.
Yeah.
And I'm exploring that more than I've ever done before. I'm writing things that are more explorative, I wouldn't say more honest, because I've always been very honest. I'm more frank than I've ever been.
That's a good thing to be.
You know, with my lyrics.
The songs are fun. They're bouncy. Giddy Up is a blast. You decide that you are going to be 100% you.
Yeah.
I mean, this is terrifying at any age.
Yeah.
At our age, it's maybe a little extra.
Well, it was I did a photo shoot in the nude.
In the nude.
In the nude.
First
And
time you've ever done
First
that?
time. Are you kidding? Oh my gosh. No, that was a real leap of faith in my own courage.
Yeah.
People always thank me for being so courageous about
Yeah.
talking about certain things, about sharing things. And I started to look at myself and say, you know, how courageous really am I?
Wow.
How much inspiration am I really giving? And am I really living that inspiration myself? It's been a lot of reflection. And no, listen, when I stand in front of the mirror, I don't like to stand in front of the mirror.
You don't.
No. Or only at certain angles. Or if I look at myself from head to toe in the mirror, I see my faults. I'm just tired of that lack of freedom. I want to be more relaxed and comfortable in my own skin. It is what it is, and I can't change it. So it's the way I see things that has to change instead of changing who I am and what I look like. So fashion and clothing and styling and glamour, hair, makeup, all that stuff. This is something that I like to play with. And you can play with how clothing and hair and makeup can complement your assets or make your faults disappear even. But when you're naked, now you're relying entirely on your own love of yourself and respect for yourself. So there's two different things. I can feel beautiful when I'm dressed up, and I feel beautiful when I'm naked too. There's no way I would have said that before I took this leap of do a naked photo shoot. I don't even know where I got the courage to do it. I think I just got fed up of judging myself.
It's not funny how we do that.
Just fed up with it, you
Yeah.
know? Why am I doing this?
Yeah. So let's talk about just how you grew up. Did you know that your childhood upbringing was different, was difficult? You didn't have often enough money for food, to keep the lights on, for heating. These are basic essentials that a child needs. Did you know what you were living in at the time?
I certainly did from the moment I started going to school. In the autumn in Canada, it's cold. You need winter clothing. I would go through a whole winter with rubber boots. It's dangerous. You know, your feet can freeze. You can't go out for recess with rubber boots. So I'd have to make up excuses to stay in for recess. So it was really clear early on that we weren't like the other kids, that we weren't dressing like we needed to. We weren't eating like we needed to.
How do you mean?
All the other kids came to school with lunches, like nice lunches, you know. Even if it wasn't elaborate, even if it was just a sandwich and an apple and a drink. There'd be days when we would have nothing, and I would always sit there going, "Oh my gosh, is she not going to eat her apple? Like if she would just give me that apple, you know?" And I didn't ever want to ask because then suspicion starts rising. You know, why don't you have your own lunch? And when my teacher would ask that, I would say, "Oh, I forgot it," or "Oh, I'm not hungry. It's in my locker," or. And you learn very quickly that you are not within the norm.
Was it shame? What was it?
Part of it was shame, and also a lot of it was to stay under the radar.
Why?
This is very important for kids that are neglected or abused because you've got social services stepping in the door, you know, taking the kids away or getting your parents in trouble.
So you were afraid of getting them in trouble.
Afraid of getting them in trouble and afraid of being separated.
I can't imagine carrying that burden as a kid. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I can't ask for help because if I ask for help, then I'm going to get my mom and dad in trouble. So therefore, I will live this way.
And it'll be my fault.
And it'll be your fault if something
That's right.
goes wrong.
Yes, if I say something, it'll be my fault. If my parents get in trouble, it'll be my fault that the kids are separated. It'll be my fault.
Did your parents bring that up to you, or how did you know that?
Oh, my parents made it very clear. It's a burden. It's too much for a child to have to cope with the lack of necessities, but then to also keep it a secret when you're going out there every day into this normalcy, into what you know is normal.
Yeah, you're like, why don't we have that? I mean, it seems so basic. So your escape was what ended up being your talent and what brings you here today, which is your singing. Was that how you escaped what seems like a very unsettling childhood? Did you just hide away and write or sing, or what did you do?
Hiding away is a very good way to start this this off, because a lot of times I was hiding away from violence in our house, when things got really tough financially, but it affected us in sometimes more difficult ways than others. Easiest thing for me to do was mind over matter. Distract myself, do something else, so you forget that you're hungry. I would definitely take my guitar and I would go out to the bush normally. I would go out. We always lived somewhere remote, and there was always, the bush was always very close by, so I could walk 5-10 minutes, be in the middle of the bush, light a fire, and
play your guitar.
Write stories.
You did.
Write songs. And that was the greatest escape. And I got good at telling stories. I got good at escaping. I got good at creating imaginary tales and stories. And I ran away in my mind.
But it was your mom who recognized in you that you had a talent. Was her ultimate goal like, let me get Shania out of this? Or did she want you to sing just because she knew you would be talented and she thought this would be a good fit?
My mother did definitely believe that I was talented. She was very deeply convinced that I was talented, beyond the norm. And she also realized that this could be our break, this could break the cycle of our lives. I felt the pressure of that too, because I didn't want to be on stage. I hated it. I was petrified to sing in front of other people.
Wow.
I was great escaping off to the forest, off to the bush, or in a closet somewhere, just by myself and singing and writing. It was my own special place to go to in my mind. I wasn't meant to be a performer.
Wow.
But she realized that the only way that I could succeed was to be on the stage doing it.
She took you to bars and you sang in the middle of the night when a kid should be sleeping, but you sang. She took a risk by taking you out there in the night, a risk not just from your father and the abuse, but just, what's this doing to my child? But yet, somehow, weirdly, that ended up kind of helping you in your career. Is that fair?
It's very fair to say that it helped me in my career. There were no children performing in bars at that time. Kids are not allowed to be in a liquor premises. So this is why I had to go in after midnight.
So you went after they stopped serving booze, then you could go sing.
Then legally, technically, she convinced them that I could go in there then. Now everyone's drunk by then. This is the irony of it, right? Everyone's already drunk by midnight. So this is now my audience. I mean, my mother, of course, she would have known that I was going to have trouble all those times getting up for school the next morning, and I had a huge responsibility in the mornings. I was ironing my dad's shirt and his pants, getting ready for work. I was getting the kids out of bed. I had to wake them up at 6 o'clock. I was responsible for the alarm clock and getting everybody breakfast, the kids on the bus. It was
you?
Yes, it was a whole routine. And so a lot of times I missed school. I was just too exhausted, or I missed my bus. I just didn't make it in time.
Yeah. Did your dad think you were talented?
My dad very much believed in my talent.
Yeah.
He loved my voice. You know, his idea of me being a singer was to get up and sing for family and friends. He was the much more reasonable one in that sense.
Yeah. So as you're growing and your voice is improving and you've got all this stuff going and I think you're 22 years old, and there are days that you don't forget in your life, and this was, I'm sure, one of yours. How did you learn that both of your parents had died in an accident?
I was in Toronto working. I was working on my backup plan in case I didn't make it as a singer. So I'm at a computer programming school, and I'm gigging at night. I'm doing, I'm gigging in bands at night, and I'm at this school, and I get a call that my parents were killed, and my sister had called me and told me that they died in a car accident, and I mean, I just, I fell apart totally, just into shock for days, and I just couldn't let go of them.
What did you lose the day they died?
I lost a foundation. I lost a very important foundation. As rickety as it was still a foundation. It was still a foundation that I associated with. My whole life history was there with them.
Well, then you had to be a mom to your siblings. How many siblings did you have? Or do you have?
4 siblings, but three minors.
So you were becoming mom again at 22. So you had your dreams, or however you were trying to cobble your life out. You're like, now I'm back, and now I'm taking care of
the kids.
The kids. That's what you called them.
The
How
kids.
much older?
My kids, I call them that often. I know they're not mine, but I just do say that. But my older sister was married, and she had 2 children. She was very, very busy, with her life. My younger sister was still living at home, and my 2 younger brothers were still, 13 and 14 years old. And I didn't, we all agreed that they shouldn't be separated. But it was, no relatives were able to take both of them in. So the only way to keep them together was for us to stay together.
So you did that too.
So I did that.
I've heard a lot of where you've came from stories from different artists, I don't think I've ever heard one like yours. I mean, yours is, and the way you speak about it is honestly and very matter-of-factly, and I know that there's a lot behind it, but I feel when I watch what happened to your career, it kind of all makes sense. It's like, of course you fought through. Of course this was something you could do. Do you think once your career started rolling, did it feel like a puzzle piece that fit? Like you were now riding a wave instead of swimming upstream?
I definitely lacked motivation to be a performer, to be in the spotlight. That was always going to work against me. The drive was out of desperation. The drive was not ambition. There's a big differentiation. I don't know many stars, that get to this point that didn't have a genuine ambition. My honest ambition, if I could have been Stevie Wonder's backup singer, that would have been my dream come true. My dreams were different from where I ended up. I ended up being this big performer. Nothing that I would ever have been able to imagine. But my desperation was so strong. I knew there was nothing to go back to, especially after my parents died. There were no other options for me in life now that I had not gone to college. So by the time I did make it to Nashville, I was fearless.
Yeah.
You were not able to intimidate me. You can say anything you want. It's okay.
Yeah.
I'm all right. There's no way to discourage me now from getting somewhere with this.
I've never heard it described as ambition versus desperation. That's a whole different animal right there. Did you ever then love performing on stage? When did it switch, or did it?
It took me a really, really long time. I started really enjoying being on stage when I started getting my voice back again. I didn't love being on stage. I was loving the people, but I couldn't see beyond my responsibility to the people.
I see.
But I felt like they needed so much. They needed something I couldn't give them. And I realized later, like I realize now, that all I had to do was give them what they were giving me. That's all I had to do. But it was as simple as that. And I don't know why I couldn't see that earlier. I took it for granted maybe, or maybe I was just allowing my stage fright to create so much angst that I couldn't, because I was doing something against my will almost, against my comfort zone.
Right.
So this is why with the naked thing, taking these photographs naked, I'm like pushing myself through this. I'm uncomfortable with it, so I'm gonna do it.
It's like
I'm gonna do it till I get comfortable with it.
I love it. That's actually a good lesson, because some people think if it feels like it's against your nature, then stop. But you kept pushing through, because usually there's this fight or flight.
I was only hurting myself.
Yeah.
You see, I was the only one missing out. I would say the same thing. If it doesn't feel right, stop, because it's probably hurting someone else.
Yeah.
It's probably not right. There's something wrong with it.
Yeah.
But if you're missing out on something because of fear, and you're letting fear get in your way, you are the only one you're hurting.
Yeah.
I should have been enjoying all of those years of performance. I should have been indulging in all of that exchange with the audience instead of resisting it. And all of these years, I should have been enjoying myself in my own skin instead of wishing I was different.
Well, what's so fun now is watching you enjoy yourself in your own skin, and watching you like inspire. First of all, when Harry Styles and you were up on stage, I was like, there's this magic. And I was watching that moment and I was like, yes, there was something about that. And to watch Taylor Swift on Bended Knee, you have all of the people who will be icons in the future, who are now, incredible pop stars, are looking at you on this huge pedestal. What is that like?
The mutual respect.
Mutual, yeah.
It's everything. Because me and these kids that are icons in their own right are the same kids that were my fans when they were 4 and 5 and 6. So we are having this cyclic phenomenon in my mind. I'm being reintroduced to them as adults now. This reunion of admiration. It's incredible. It's very, very surreal.
I feel like your life has had so many highs and so many difficult times, and you keep rolling, like you just keep rolling. So I felt like if someone had your childhood, then after that, everything should just be easy, because life should never be filled with more downs after surviving what you survived. Yet, like a lot of people in this world, there are marriages that don't work, and then there's a recovery from that. How did you ever come back from that? How did you rebuild just the trust or your own belief in yourself? Like, am I choosing right?
I am somebody who tends to live in the future. I play my own if game. If this ever happened to me, what would I do? And it's almost like I'm always preparing myself for something bad to happen, but I don't live in anxiety about it, but I do keep the glass half full. So when I lost my voice, for example, I'm thinking, okay, well, if I never am able to sing again with pleasure and for other people's pleasure, I'm going to write songs that other people sing for me. There's always a way to get pleasure out of the things you love, even if you can't do them the same way. Even now, I can't sing the same way. I sing differently. I'm celebrating the fact that I can still sing, period. Because I've been told by the doctors that just the physiology and the procedure that I had done may not last forever. So I either may have to have that operation again, which was very painful, and probably the most painful thing was not being able to speak for 3 weeks, because I can be quite chatty. No, it was very painful. But so would I do it again? I don't know. Would I do it again so I can carry on singing? I don't know. A lot of I don't knows. But I know that I will find another way, or a way to get satisfaction out of music and pleasure out of music. So this is the way I am about everything in life, if I, even on the most basic level, just, when life throws you lemons, make lemonade, and I really believe that.
Do you rely on people? I mean, do you allow yourself to? Because once you've been let down, sometimes it's like, you know what? I'm driving this bus now. Everyone can jump on if they want, but this is the way I'm going to do it.
I'm the boss of me. I am not the boss of anybody else. And I cannot control how other people treat me, what they do to me, or what is in my destiny. I don't know. I don't know what the plan is. I don't know what God has planned for me. I accept that whatever the plan is what it is. But I do expect myself to manage whatever it is that comes my way. And I hold myself to that. I really think that we have to do that. We have to carry on. We can't give up. We can't quit. So I'm definitely not a quitter. I will find a way. I will find a solution. Maybe that's just the creative side of me, but there is no way that I will never stop until I find a way
Mhm.
to get through something or to get to the other side of it.
You talked about you have a beautiful, happy marriage. What makes it work?
Ooh, communication. He's better at it than I am.
Yeah.
I'm definitely the person that would just rather go and play my guitar
Yeah.
and work through my emotions that way. But he's very good about communicating. So he's always the one, let's talk about this. And so communication, it doesn't hurt that he's, drop dead gorgeous and sexy and that, so the attraction remains. I think that's very important.
Yeah,
You need to be in love with each other in the 1st place. But marriage is friggin' hard.
Yeah.
Because we go through so many different phases as individuals, and then how to work through those individual changes and be respectful and empathetic to each other as we're going through our own stuff.
Shania, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
For so many of us, the Judd family feels like our family. They've been so famous for so long, beloved by so many. Winona, as you'll hear her joke about, is wearing sequins during this afternoon's conversation I have with her. It's not just her signature style, but really a metaphor for her bold and sparkling spirit. But today, the tone is noticeably heavier. What's weighing on Winona, of course, is the passing of her mom, Naomi. Country music lost a legend. Winona also lost her singing partner. They became famous as a duo known as the Judds. You can't say the name Winona without thinking about Naomi. Naomi passed away in April of 2022. She was just 1 day shy of her induction into the Country Music Hall of Fame. An autopsy report stated she died by suicide. The last words Winona said to her mother, "I love you."
Love can build a bridge between your heart and mine.
That is a performance of Love Can Build a Bridge at the CMT Awards last year, the final time Winona and her mom sang together. As you can hear through their music, the bond between them was undeniable. I caught up with Winona here at 30 Rock after she performed her heart out on the plaza, a testament to Winona's devotion to her fans and also the remarkable role music plays in her healing. Her emotions are raw, her grief apparent, yet her courage to sit with me and share so much so candidly is so true to character, unafraid. One of my favorite new things about you is that you're over shoes. You're over shoes. Bye. Goodbye.
Bye, Felicia.
Bye, Felicia. Now, what is it about why?
My husband said,
"Yeah,
you're different when you wear high heels.
Oh.
And I want you to play the way you play when you're barefoot." Like, think about it.
That's very profound.
It's like wearing makeup. You act different when you wear makeup. It was something to think about, and I did it, and I'm glad because I sing differently and I play differently when I don't have shoes on.
I feel like there are times in our lives where we're just like, it's enough already.
Mm-hmm.
It's enough baggage we're carrying. It's enough pain we're lugging around.
I agree.
And I think for you, one of the things that you have been talking about is forgiveness. Who do you need to forgive to feel lighter and better?
Gosh. I'd say there are so many people on our lists by the time you're 58. Like my sister and I are working on our stuff. Gosh, ex-husbands, my mom. I have a lot of forgiveness because I'm one of those kids that grew up, everything's okay. Everything's okay. No, it wasn't okay that your mom didn't tell you the truth about your real father. It's not okay. But then you learn to forgive kind of thing. I know that's a lot.
I feel like forgiveness is like you do it every day.
Yes.
It's not like, oh, and they're forgiven. Now let me move on to somebody else. And is that how you've been dealing with it? Is it a process? Yeah.
Totally. You said something, earlier today.
Mhm.
Okay, so the reason I talk about my mom so much is because I spent the majority of my life with her.
Mhm.
So something she said to me that helps me with forgiveness is, if I had known better, I would have done better.
If I'd have known better, I'd have done better. She did what she...
I don't know what else to tell you.
That's it. She did the best she could.
She could, and sometimes it wasn't good enough. And I could forgive her because I know her heart. Those were not my intentions, she would say.
Mm-hmm. And sometimes pain comes unintentionally. I mean, they don't mean it. They don't mean anything by it. It's all they knew, but we still receive it that way.
Totally.
I was watching a clip of you and your mom singing that final time.
Don't you think it's time? Don't you think it's time?
Thought about what you saw, minus that very public moment where you sang together. What was that last day?
She was very fragile.
She was.
Yeah. And I think it's because she hadn't sung in a long time. And I think when our parents get older, their world gets smaller. Think about that. That's kind of heavy too. And she was late, and she's never late. And something with wardrobe, and I think she was nervous. And I think it was so much of an expectation to do it for CMT awards. And I just think it was like, imagine being that nervous, you know, and
Had
having
you ever
to go
seen
out.
her that nervous before?
Not really. Not the way she was nervous that day. I think as you see your parents getting older and dealing with anxiety, or for whatever reason, if they get lost, or you just, it's weird.
Yeah.
It's really strange.
Did you try to comfort her, or?
It was snowing, raining.
Yeah.
It was 40 freaking degrees, and I was barefoot, and I was just freezing. And it was one of those moments where you're, you know, the wind's in your hair, and you're like, oh. And I think she was just overwhelmed. And I think that day was hard for me to see her that way.
Yeah.
Because I had not seen her that way very often. I'd seen her that way personally, but not professionally.
Not professionally. Did you want to did you assume that this was one of those
I wanted to
days?
pull her wig off.
What? You're so bizarre.
I wanted to pull her wig off.
You
She had
did?
this wig on that was like up to here, and I was like, I was so frustrated with her at one point. And aren't we all with our parents?
Yes.
At some point, we want to go, knock it off.
Stop.
You know?
Yeah.
And I did. I wanted, so when I hear you start to say, I think I know where you're going.
Yeah.
And the first thought in my head was, no, I don't want to hug her or comfort her. I want to pull her wig off. Because that was the dynamics of our relationship. It was tough and tender. We're both so alpha and determined that it was sometimes hard for me to be tender with Mom because I'm the lead singer and I'm on my own, you know, version of life, on my own journey. And I think it occurred to me that all of a sudden she looked at me and blinked, and I knew then that something wasn't right in terms of her being off a little bit, like nervous. And I softened, which I think is God's grace. And I just kind of reached out and touched her hand like, I'm here. I got you. It's okay. I'm glad I did that because that was the last time we performed together. I'm glad I didn't stay stuck in my perfectionism is my point, I guess.
We all worry about our moms passing away, but the idea that that's coupled with horrible traumas a lot for you're still a little girl inside, little girl to carry.
It's too much to process at times because I'm not in denial. I guess where I'm at is my grief counselor said there are six stages of grieving, not 5. And I'm like, what?
Okay.
And he said the 6th one is, wait for it, finding meaning.
Oh.
What?
Finding meaning.
What, in other words, there's meaning for me in my grieving Mom. And the meaning is somewhat forgiveness and somewhat give myself a freaking break as a mother. Because I don't. I'm really hard on myself.
As a mom? You want to like forgive yourself for all this
I
stuff.
do.
You want to
I'm
just
the
unburden.
worst. I judge everything, and people think I'm so sassy, and when I say I'm introverted and shy, that's because I know how to work. I know my purpose professionally.
Yeah.
I didn't always know my purpose personally. Like I felt like such a misfit. I didn't fit in even in church.
Really?
Not at all. Ashley was the popular one.
Yeah.
I was the moody musician. You're lazy. No, I'm a dreamer.
I mean, opposites, really, the two
Mhm.
of you. So how do you, because you were talking about your grief counselor told you about the 6 stages of grief, but how do you deal with that on a day-to-day basis, the trauma that you had to go through?
You go to work.
Yeah, that's what you do.
Well, I was going to ask you the same. I mean, what do you do when your loss exceeds your joy in your day?
Oof.
Yeah. I don't know how to take time off. Not really, because I'm such a doer and I like to fix things, and I have, 40 animals, and I go feed and I go play. I do stuff. I'm not really good at sitting still. This whole Bible thing of, be still and know that I'm God. No, rock and roll. Go hang out with Post Malone. I like to go and do things. And so I don't know how to be still, Hoda. I'm working on that, but it's not easy.
What kind of conversations have you had with God after your mom's passing?
I had a lot of conversations with her.
Did you?
Yeah.
What about what?
I'm like constantly talking to her about, well, what the hell am I supposed to do about wardrobe? Because she was always the wardrobe.
Oh, she was the one who picked
the
the outfits?
she's totally, well, she picked it first, then I had to try to match her.
Uh-huh.
Why do you think I wear black? Because everything I did was black. Because she would wear gold lame. For
Uh-huh.
God's sake, who wears gold lame, to church? She does. Anyway, I talked to her a lot about, I don't understand. I'm still struggling big time with, why did you do this? I just think I'm such a person. I want to help other people not do what my mother does. I talked to her a lot about, what am I supposed to do now? We were supposed to do a record together. We were supposed to do this tour together. I was mad for a long time because it was like, the story can't end like this. This is not how the story is supposed to end. So that's been my exasperation, is how am I supposed to go on stage without you? So I walked around the house for a couple of days going, I can't do the tour. I just can't do the tour. You're going to have to tell them I can't do it. It just doesn't make sense. And I'm so glad that I changed my mind.
What changed your mind? What was it?
I thought about the fans and the what I had learned from a major rock star. I won't mention names, but Bono said, no, he said, give them what they want, not what you want.
Wait, say that again?
Give them, the fans, what they want.
Not what you want.
That's my job, is to provide America and abroad with words to help encourage or to help them grieve or whatever. So I don't know. I do know. I said, tell me why I should do it. And my husband gave me enough reasons, I guess. He really helped me because I was in a bit of the glass is half empty.
Yeah. It's a lot. It's a lot to carry, man. You are, and when I watch
That's why I wear sparkles in the afternoon.
How did you get the greatest comfort? Was there something or someone who?
My mama. in my life, you mean?
Yeah. So that's where you got the most like comfort. What's like a warm hand on your heart? That's what it felt like.
When I wrote the book, I did a whole chapter on food is comfort, comfort is food, because my grandmother cooked for me. And both grandmothers. One was a cook on a riverboat, so she really knew how. And she would sit, and it was the only time I ever had an adult that seemed to have a lot of time for me. Yeah. So that, to me, equates unconditional.
She listened.
She listened, and I just was enamored by that.
And that's where you got...
Because the parents were young, and they were working, and they were too young to have kids, really should have not had kids at that age.
Yeah.
And so they were always active and not fully present, let's put it that
sure.
way.
But you had that steady
She
hand.
was my comfort, and she would ask me to sing to her, which I just thought, she's the only person in the family that wanted to hear me sing.
The first one. She was the
Mammal.
first. Wow. What'd you sing to her when you were a kid?
I would sing whatever. I mean, when you're a kid, it was probably something that didn't rhyme or wasn't very good. But in the end, she was my biggest fan, and she never got to see me perform on stage, though, ironically.
Really?
And I sang at her funeral. Yeah. The women in my life that meant the most to me were listening. As you know, listening is the greatest gift you can give your kids, right?
Yeah.
It really is. It's the greatest thing ever. So Mama was it.
Something about that. It's like because you feel seen. And you know what you do when you perform? People feel seen.
Thank you for saying that, by the way. That's an affirmation. I think it's because, and I'm probably going to cry, I was so voiceless growing up in my family. And in our family, I learned that we would rather be right than be loved. And so there wasn't a lot of communication. So I feel the way the fans do about feeling anonymous. And I look for the one that looks sad, and I know that could be really negative if you're not careful, and it probably is not a great thing. But I'm looking at the woman who's maybe not as attractive, that's going to get overlooked, who's just not as exciting, or maybe doesn't have the right beautiful hair, or maybe she's not carrying herself very, confidently. Yeah. I think I feel these people, and I feel like there's a part of me in them that feels that I want to be loved. Maybe that's part of it. And because I know that because of them, I don't have to get a real job. There is that piece where I swear to God, I was 18 years old. I would have been incarcerated or probably dead because I tried suicide at 18 and then got a record deal. So I went from 0 to 60. Think about that for just a moment. I didn't have any idea of what's going on. So I think I feel those people, if that makes sense.
At 18, what was happening
I just
that was so
was
bad?
sort of, thrown out of the house. And I went dark. And my stepdad tried to rescue me and said, "You're going to college." And I became hopeless. And I just said, I can't imagine my life without music. And I went there. And I'm still here, and it's a miracle. But I know this with all of my heart. I have such a passion for people who feel that anonymous. That's why I look at people in the airport. Or if I'm walking down a hotel hallway, I will say, "Hey," because people just are so good
Head
at
down. Yeah.
I feel it.
What are you getting from your therapist and life coach? Because you're talking about how you're getting through these days.
They tell me that I'm not completely out of my mind for feeling the way I do at the time I feel it. I'll go ahead and say it. David Kessler, he's written, some books about it because he's that good. He said to me, "You're right on time." I think he's the first person that said to me, I wouldn't go telling everybody publicly what you're feeling, but it's okay here and you're safe. And I just felt safe in saying this stuff because I was mad. I was so mad at the time just because that's where I was. And he just basically said, it's okay.
It's okay to be angry.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Because I think so many times we give our parents a pass because they're the parents and we're taught honor thy mother and thy father. And you honor what's honorable. Sometimes it's not okay. And I think he just basically said there's no manual. There's no, just like having kids, there's no correct way to do this. Because I think we're on this schedule. We all do. Oh, it's been 6 months or it's been a year. You should be dating again.
You should be over this loss.
You should be past this. Bless your heart.
Yeah.
And I think it's just nice for somebody to say to me, I hear you and I see you. And you're not, get out of your head. It's okay. Thank God for somebody that just says, you're right on time. This is where you should be. Trust the process. If I hear that one more time. But they continue to say, trust the process.
I actually have that on a painting in my bedroom.
Do you really?
Trust the process.
I know.
Whatever the process is.
What is the process? I don't understand.
Just trust the process. What about the faith piece of your life, which is, I think, it's like a huge part of your life?
Well, I will be honest with you and tell you that I haven't always been this faith. As a matter of fact, I tried it on my own. I really did. Like the whole, I don't need you. I could do this myself. It didn't work out so good.
Yeah.
It really sucked. And the faith piece for me is, God, it's so much better when you realize, oh, there's a higher power and I'm not it. Because I was raised to believe that I could. I made a joke one time in an interview that the Judd women are so confident, you would almost expect us to be able to self-pollinate. Honestly, because we're so self-sufficient. March you through the storm. But I swear to you, the older I get, the more I need God because of just circumstance, of just, when you know my story with my daughter, someday when we do our glory story, people are going to go, oh, okay. Just like I talked to this young lady this afternoon briefly about her story, and I was like, how are you dressed and in public?
What was her?
She lost a brother to suicide, and the story is horrendous.
Yeah.
And I just thought, oh my God, what makes a person hang on? And what's the difference between someone who does and doesn't? And I'm learning so much right now.
What is?
I don't know the answer.
Yeah.
None of us do. I just know that the most important thing you can do ever is to reach out, even on a good day. You know how you have to take your kids to the pediatrician when they're well, so they could see them well. So I call my life coach when I'm having a good day, so I don't just bitch and complain about things. I think all of this is so fascinating, what I'm learning right now, and the only thing I can say is finding meaning in all of this is, if I can help one person out there not take their life, then I've done my part. I'm not responsible for, the human race. I know sometimes we get in trouble because we think we're supposed to carry everybody. I just want to help one person. And if that person can write to me and say, yeah, I decided not to, that would bless my heart big time, because we all matter. And I don't know why things happen the way they do. I just know that what I'm doing, like showing up this morning, I saw the rain and I was like, oh, I spent hours,
on the hair.
And I saw those sweet people out in the front. And there was that woman standing off to the side that had made her own T-shirt. And she was so proud. And she kept showing me. And I pointed to her and I said, I love it. And it made her smile. It's nice to see people smiling back at you that don't feel as loved.
Your granddaughter.
Yeah.
What has she brought to your life during this time?
I have it on video, 3 weeks. And she's laying in the crib and I'm singing our little song.
What is that?
One of them is the I love you,
Yeah.
you love me.
Yeah.
We're a wacky family.
Is that what you say?
Yeah, wacky. But anyway, I'm singing it to
Mhm.
her and she looks up at me
Oh gosh.
and smiles. And she's 3 weeks because she's looking through into me in a way that's not about makeup or
Mhm.
success or anything that people assume that you're operating out from. She loves me and she looks right through me and she knows me and I can't BS her. Kids know, don't
Kids
they?
know.
They know.
Yeah, they know everything.
They
And
do know.
But she's like the magic fairy dust. What has she done to your life? Why?
So I'm laying there and I'm taking a break and she keeps talking in the crib and she just keeps getting louder and louder and louder. And finally she just cries and I go, okay. And I turn off the TV and I go over to her and she looks up at me and smiles. It's almost as if she was saying, nothing is more important than I am. And she reminds me that I'm just not that big of a deal. She's the big deal. She's the
big deal.
She's the big deal.
You like being a grandma, by the way?
I love it so much because I can shut down everything.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a computer. I don't go online except professionally through somebody because I have a thing about I'm easily distracted and I have OCD, all these dynamics.
Yeah.
And she just lets me shut it all down and I can play.
So just
second chance to play when you're a grandparent.
And the Jed women have done a lot. I mean, you've left such an imprint. When people think of your mom, how would you want them to remember her?
My mother was very kind to the less fortunate and always made people feel, even in whether it was a limo driver or, the maid in the hallway, she always spoke to everyone. She will be remembered for that, the kindness. And the ones that didn't know her, I would say give her a break because they're going to judge her based on what they know about the suicide. So I would like for her to be remembered, for being a great songwriter. And she's my queen, so she's still my queen. I don't think your relationship with your mom ever changes. And
You talk about her in the present tense, by the way.
I do?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Talk about her.
There
A
you
lot of the
go.
statements you said were
Interesting.
were about like she's still here, so you must feel her here.
Yes.
A lot. Well, you're you're like a most amazing human being. Why? I just want to say thank you for spending this time with me today, for sharing your love for your mom, everybody, and being just who
willing
you are.
to communicate.
Yeah, you tell the truth, baby. That's what you do. If you or anyone you know is struggling right now, if you'd like to talk to somebody who can help, Please call or text the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 988.
All my life you have been faithful.
There are some voices that take you somewhere. There's a spirit behind them that makes you feel something powerful. Man, CeCe Winans, she's one of those singers. She's also the best-selling and most decorated female gospel artist of all time. As a woman who spent her life grounded in faith, CeCe knows a thing or two about believing. And that voice, that gift from God, she says, all you have to do is listen.
God, we believe for it.
That's the single off her first ever live album, Believe For It, and that's also the name of her most recent book, Believe For It, Passing on Faith to the Next Generation. The book touches on the importance of instilling faith into our kids and then their kids. And as a mom myself, I just couldn't wait to soak in all of CeCe's wisdom. First of all, I am so honored. I don't know what the right word is. I think honored is the right word, to be sitting with you.
I'm honored to be with you.
You are, among other things, I mean, the most decorated gospel singer of all time. I think that's fair to say. You are a mother, you're a grandmother, you are lit from within and always have been. So I try to picture you as a little girl. Like, I look at you and I kind of see her. Was little CeCe outgoing? Was she shy? What was she like?
Little CeCe was probably more shy than not. But growing up with so many siblings, it's kind of hard for you to really hide, you know?
You have...
I have 7 older brothers. My father was the only child. My mom had 1 sister. And they came together and had 10 kids.
10 children.
I guess they said they're never going to be lonely ever again. So 7 boys straight. BB was the last boy, and I was the first girl and have 2 younger sisters.
I heard your mom wept with joy when she found out she was finally having a girl. I love that.
Yeah, because, they didn't have the ultrasounds back then. And so when he said a girl, she was like, what? Did you say a girl?
How were you? Because I think a lot of kids don't feel seen. And some people say she's shy, and some people will say she's been quieted. There's so many loud voices that she's not actually shy, but she's been quieted. She's been quieted. How did you find your voice at home among all those siblings?
You know what? I have to give credit to my parents. I really, when you get older and you have children of your own, I don't know how they did it, but I think all of us felt like we had a voice.
You did.
We felt heard. We were free to be who God created us to be, And I don't know how they did it. They just loved us well. They, for some reason, somehow, and they both worked.
Jeez.
Yeah, worked. She got home, cooked, did all of this stuff. And I never felt like I was looked over. So I don't know how they did it.
But they did it. I asked one woman once who had 4 beautiful grown daughters, and I said, what's the secret to good parenting? And she said, 4 words. I said, what is it? And she said, listen and love, love, love. That's really it. She said, listening to your children.
Listening.
And you felt heard growing up.
I felt heard growing up, yeah.
Wow.
We really did. And I think all of my siblings did.
So all of us in a family have a descriptor about us. She's the shy one, she's the funny one, she's the outgoing one, he's the athletic one.
Yes.
What was your... What did they say about you?
I don't know what they would say about me. Well, my brothers would say I'm the spoiled one because I was the first girl.
Yeah.
But my mom said no, I was just a very good child.
Yes, you were.
So I don't know. I was probably, I guess I was kind of serious too.
You were serious?
Yeah, I hung out with my grandmom, so maybe I was the wise one.
What influence did your grandmother have on you?
Oh man, that was my best friend. She was just very peaceful and loving, stern, but I knew that I had an angel looking out for me. I got a chance to go and spend a night at her house, you know, and she would cook for me, spoil me a little bit. But she really would sit down and talk to me. You know, she wanted me to be a good girl. She wanted me to have the best in life, you know, and really taught me my faith, taught me that it was important to put God first.
Your grandmother was the first one.
Yeah.
How old were you when she passed?
I was in my early 20s. I had just got married, and I thought I had the flu. And she looked at me and said, "No, that's probably a 9-month virus." She's the first one that told me, "Oh, you're pregnant."
Oh, she knew?
Yeah, she knew. And I was like, "What?" Because I wasn't trying to be pregnant, and but she never got a chance to meet my baby, my boy.
What did you lose when your grandmother passed?
Oh, man. I felt like I lost my foundation, you know, but at the same time, she had prepared me so well. I knew I would be okay. You know how you go through something and you want to be okay, but you really don't want to be okay because it just doesn't make sense. You know, now that I look back, we lost her at a very young age. She was only 60, I think 64 years old, and she had a stomach cancer. And she was, it was really shocking to lose her.
And the fact that she instilled that deep faith, she was one of many I know who did, but that must have just given you such, I guess, peace.
Definitely, because she had a peace. She would always say, if she ever got to a point that she couldn't take care of herself, she wanted to go to heaven. And I remember the last time I went to see her, she didn't look like herself, and I went home myself, and I said, "Lord, she's ready to go."
You knew, huh?
Yeah, and she passed really shortly after that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, what an influence and a beautiful... What's her name?
Laura Housey.
You know, I feel like when you say someone's name, they're remembered.
Yes,
don't you?
Laura,
Housey.
Yes.
Okay, Miss Laura Housey. Beautiful. I think it was 1987. I think you were at the NAACP Awards and you met a beautiful singer named Miss Whitney Houston.
Beautiful singer, yes.
What was it? What was that meeting like? I mean, I was just thinking these two beautiful powerhouses, and at that point, what was that like?
It was incredible. I mean, that was the year she came out and was winning everything.
Yeah.
And we kind of just crossed paths in the lobby of the auditorium. And she actually turned around and was like, CeCe, and BB was with me, CeCe and BB. And I was like, how do you know us? But she had been listening to our music and my brother's music for years. And I don't know why she asked us this, but are you performing somewhere here? And we were like, actually, we're performing tonight. We had a late show at this small place people used to perform at called Concert by the Sea.
Okay.
And she said, I'm coming.
Wait, what?
Yeah, she said, I'm coming. And then we were like, okay.
Sure.
Right.
See you there. Yeah.
And that night, she came and ended up on stage with us.
Wait, what?
Yes, hold on. And singing our songs better than we've ever sang them in our lives. So then we were like, get off the stage, Whitney. But that was the beginning of our friendship.
And you sang together on the Waiting to Exhale track, which was that song.
Count on Me.
Come on. Oh.
Count on me through thick and thin, a friendship I will never end.
That was so beautiful.
It was so perfect. It was who we were. We were sisters. We were friends. And I love her. I mean, what a voice. I remember when she had just finished the soundtrack to Bodyguard.
Yes.
She was in California, and she called me. She said, you got to hear this, sis. You got to hear this. And she started playing those songs.
You're dying. Wow.
I had no words. I was like, well, you're going somewhere you've never been before, because those songs and the way she articulated them, it was just incredible. Yeah, spectacular.
You stayed in the gospel lane, although your music has crossed over a million times, obviously. Some chose to go pop.
Right.
Some choose, like back in the day, Sam Cooke went one way. How come you decided to stay in this lane and not kind of venture out? Yeah.
I feel that is really important. The message that I carry and the message that I sing is something that is past entertainment. but it's something that ministers to the soul and to the hearts. And so I feel that call. I've done little things here and there,
Sure.
like commercials here and there, but as far as for a career, I never went into it for a career. It's always
Yeah.
been a ministry. to
Yeah.
me. And so I just feel it's the call of my life to, this is my purpose. And when you find your purpose, it's like you're stepping down if you try anything else.
That's beautiful. That's really beautiful.
When you find your purpose, that's why I was created. That's why I'm here. That's why he gave me the gift to do what I do. You know, it's a heart thing, and it's, yeah.
Were you young when you married?
Very young.
Yeah.
I've been married for 38 years now.
Whoa,
58.
really?
So I got married at 20.
Did you know
19, 20.
right away when you...
I didn't know right away, but I liked him right away.
Yeah, yeah. And what did he bring? Like, what was it about him that you remember?
His smile.
Yeah.
His smile. Alvin is he's a nice guy.
He's just a nice guy.
He's a very nice guy. He had joined the church in Detroit, and he became friends with my brothers.
Mhm.
But also, he made me laugh. And laughter is important. I laugh a lot. And the Bible says that laughter is like a medicine.
Yeah.
And so
It is,
my
yeah.
whole family, we love to laugh. And laughter will take you through some hard times, you know?
Was he intimidated walking into the Winans home?
I'm sure he was.
I'm sure he was. How do you think you're good enough?
They made it really, and not just the wine at home, but I had 7 older brothers. So that's like having 8 fathers.
Yeah.
So even if you looked at our wedding tape, I don't know where it is at this point. What do you call them?
VHS.
VHS.
Yeah, those old things. I know. I got a bunch too.
He had a look on his face like, should I do this? Because they had threatened him. It was horrible. They were not nice to him, but he made it through.
Wow.
So yes, he's an awesome guy.
You said you came from a family of 10 siblings, and you have 2 children. Did you say to yourself, that was too many, I think I'd want 2, or was 2 just the way it kind of worked out?
It just kind of worked out.
Yeah.
That's probably my only regret in life is that I didn't have more children. I had them when I was busy singing and on the road, and I had my boy first. Alvin III was first, and then 2 years later I had Ashley. And I remember my mom looking over me as I was coming back from Ashley saying, "How did you have a girl second?"
Oh yeah.
And I was like, favors not fair. Don't get upset with me. So I had a boy and a girl. I was busy doing, and I was just like, oh, this is good. And it wasn't until later on I was like, man, I should have kept having kids because I really enjoy being a mom.
How was parenting and performing and living that life? How did you do it?
I did it because I had great help.
Yeah.
Sure. When they were really little, we lived in Detroit. So I had my mom, my sisters, my brothers, Alvin's family, everybody was there.
Yeah.
My husband and I understood the importance of really keeping a marriage that was strong.
Mhm.
So if I went out of town, I wouldn't go out that long, or he would come with me. You know, so we worked it. You have to prioritize. And it's something that you have to do at different stages. You know,
Yeah.
when they were really small, I mean, babies, my mom was there, and I knew they were being taken
They
care
were
of.
being looked after
But when they
and
got a
loved.
little bit older, I would bring them with me.
Uh-huh.
When they got to the preteen age where every child kind of loses their mind for a little
Mhm.
while, I took them out of school, and they were homeschooled.
Oh, you
for a few
did?
years. I hired somebody.
Yeah.
To teach them on the road, and so we all.
So
got
they
on
could
the
come
tour
with
bus.
you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then my husband. There's no way I could have did it without him, and he's always supported me completely, in what he felt God wanted me to do with this gift.
Your book is about passing on faith to the next generation. Again, the title, for people who don't know, is Believe for It, passing on faith to the next generation. That's important to you. You had it given to you, and I'm sure your parents before them.
Right.
And passing it along to your kids. What was the kind of the easiest part of it and the most difficult part of making sure that you fill your child's cup so that he is prepared or she's prepared for the world?
The easiest part was I knew that was the way I needed to raise my children.
You know. Yeah.
I never wavered in that because I knew what it did for me as a person. To know who you are, to know who God is. I knew that my faith had took me through every storm that I had ever faced and that I will ever face. So that was the easiest part. The hardest part is watching and waiting for the light to come on for them. You know, you can't put it in their hearts. You can't put it in their minds. All you can do is model it before them.
That's important.
You know? And so as a mom, I was just praying, Lord, you see. You know, you pray for the right friends.
Yes.
You pray for them to understand who they are. You know, they're going to go through, you know, am I good enough? Or people who are not nice to them. You know, you can't protect them from the world. So that's why you want them to have God on the inside because he's always there with them when I can't be, you know. So that's probably the hardest part is that you can't protect them from everything, but you have to trust God. But he's faithful.
God, that's
He's
a
faithful.
beautiful. That's beautiful. I interviewed Michelle Obama a little while back, and there was a passage in her new book that struck me. And she talks about that she struggles with, I guess, demons inside, like we all do. It's the voice inside your head that says you're not good enough today. Look how you look. You still don't look good. I don't care how pretty that dress is. The voice inside that's loud. And she talks about how she lives with that voice and where she puts it. Because she goes, even if a rock tells me I look beautiful,
Right.
it doesn't matter if I don't feel it inside. It's the whole loving yourself and hearing. So for all of us, and I'm sure you have the voice too, we all have it. It's like quiet.
Right.
But what do you do to sort of quiet that part of you?
I drown it out.
With what? With what? Tell us.
You drown it out with worship. You drown it out with praise. You drown it out with the scriptures, with the word of God, with prayer. And I was told a long time ago, whatever you feed the most, that's what's going to be the loudest.
Oh, that's good. Say that again.
Whatever you feed the most, that's going to be the loudest.
Yeah.
Whatever you meditate on the
Yeah.
most, that's going to be the loudest.
Yeah.
And because I've trained myself to meditate on good things,
Yeah.
and because I've trained myself to understand that God created me to be who I am. He didn't want me to be as tall as you. It's okay.
Yeah,
you know what I'm
yeah,
saying? I
yeah.
can celebrate your
Yeah.
tallness.
Yes, yes. Yes.
Without feeling like something's wrong
Less
with
than.
me because I'm not. You know what I'm saying? And so because I have that perspective, and that is that God perspective, that everyone's beautiful, and who am I to put down myself when God created me this way? You know, I sing on the stage with people who sing better than me all the time. But it's almost like a puzzle. You know, you can work all night on a puzzle and get everything together, and if that one piece is missing, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's like you're ready to just throw it all
Yeah,
away.
yeah.
And that's who we all are in the world. It's like there's a part that you play in this puzzle that nobody else can feel. It's a shape, it's a size, it's a temperament, it's a gift, it's a talent that completes the puzzle.
That's beautiful.
And to me, that quiets down anything else.
Yeah. How do you, with big conflict or big loss in your life?
Yeah.
You talked about your grandmother. I know your brother passed. And just things.
It's rough. Pain is pain. Pain is rough. Grief is grief. Actually, I was just invited to go and sing at a funeral that I know is going to be really, really rough. But you go through it one day at a time.
Yeah.
At least I've had to do that.
Yeah.
I remember when I lost my second eldest brother, and watching my parents. No parent should bury their child. But I watched how they walked through it, and it was pretty astounding to me. I remember when my brother took his last breath, actually, my father's first response was his hands went up.
Oh, jeez.
And I looked at him, and I'm just like, what? We're all crying. And then right away, he began to just thank the Lord for the years we had, Ronald. I mean, he shifted the whole atmosphere to gratitude before depression could come in. And I'll never forget that. But I remember my sister asking me, CeCe, how are we going to make it without Ronald? How? I said, Debbie, I do not know. I do not know. I could cry thinking about it. I don't know how we're going to make it. But I know the God that we serve. This didn't take him by surprise. It took us by surprise, but it didn't take him by surprise. We're going to trust him to carry us through. And every day, you don't know how you're going to make it to the next day. But you wake up and it's like, I'm still here. And then, it's amazing how he just begins to heal your heart. He begins to heal your heart. And I remember going on stage, actually, right after Ronald had passed. And I had sing this song called He's Concerned About You. And one of the lyrics, it says, while your tears are flowing through your time of mourning, he will lift your heavy heart because he's concerned about you. Because even before I went on the stage, I was like, Lord, how am I going to sing this song when my heart is so broken? How am I even going to make it through? That was one of the times that I had to minister to myself.
Oh, wow.
I had to hear those lyrics that I'm always telling other people. I had to take them in. And then I just had to walk it through. And because I knew he was with me, but I can't really put into words how you make it through. It's just that he's faithful. And now, I think, even with Whitney, I think those that I've lost in my life that were really close, I think I've been able to keep going because of the good memories. because they're always with you,
Mhm.
you know? So I might cry when I think of one thing, you know, but then shortly after I'm laughing because I'm cracking up at a time we had. You know, like Whitney one time, she was in this limo and she wanted to go to White Castles. I'm like, you want to take a limo through the drive-through
of White Castle?
Yes, that's what I want to do. You know, so you have those moments that really will take you through.
There are some people who are like feeling a little hopeless and they need something right now as they're listening to this.
I would just tell them, first of all, to breathe because you're still here, you know, and as long as you're breathing, there's still hope. There's hope. I love to encourage people to remember that God loves them because that's what we were all created for, and that's what we all yearn for, and that is love. You're loved, you're on God's mind, and because of that, there's hope. So don't give in, don't give up. You just keep moving. You have to keep going, because tomorrow it will get better. It will get better. Don't give in, don't give up. But it will be better because God loves you. And even though things are altered and things don't look the way you thought they would look, the purpose and the plan for your life remains the same. Yeah.
That's good.
It remains the same.
And lastly, CeCe, I feel like there's something magical about this time in your life. You've had so many highs, but as you sit here today, I just feel like there's this, I mean, you always have this inner light, obviously, but you're at a magical time in your life now. What makes this stage in your life just special?
Great question.
Yeah.
You're good at this. I feel that.
Yeah.
I feel that. I feel it's so funny. I'm enjoying getting older.
Yeah.
My mom is 86 now. I feel like at 58, I'm young enough to still do things, not just well, but probably better than I've ever done them before. But yet I'm old enough to have enough wisdom not to waste time.
That's good. Yeah.
Right?
You're choosy. Yeah.
You know what life is about. And it's a blessing to still be healthy and strong at this age because I feel like I can accomplish a lot more. And because I'm clear on my purpose than I've ever been before. I'm at the stage where everything counts. Right? You understand love, you understand relationship, you understand what it takes, you understand what's most important in life. And I enjoy being able to help those who are coming after me. I feel the awesome responsibility now. I'm here because of those who took out time before me to pour into me, to give me wisdom, to correct me, to tell me what I needed to hear, not what I wanted to hear, who loved me no matter what I did. So now I get a chance to do that, not just for my daughter, but for those who are coming after me.
CeCe, this interview was everything I dreamt it would be. Thanks for coming to see me.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
If there is one thing I've learned in my life, it's the importance of the people you surround yourself with. And maybe you know by now, Maria Shriver is one of the friends I hold so dear to my heart. She is my go-to at any time I'm in a crossroads or in a funk. One call to her and suddenly my mental load feels lighter. But this Maria you're about to hear from is not like the Maria you met in the past. We go deep. She is candidly reflecting on topics we haven't heard from her, on everything from growing up a Kennedy to navigating life after divorce. And guys, she's just so full of wisdom. Once you're touched by Maria's insight, you'll never look at life quite the same way.
For everyone who's listening, I'd get a pen and paper ready because I feel like you do this thing where you drop all these little wisdom bombs. Just today, you said something about, I was explaining to you how sometimes people poke me in a way that is painful, whether it's somebody who I knew a long time ago or somebody who I work with or whatever.
I said, when this is actually a teacher who taught me, he said to me, think of that person as your teacher. They are actually bringing up something in you that needs to be resolved.
Yeah.
They are teaching you how to handle whatever comes up in your interaction with that person. And he was saying, instead of being irritated by that person, look at them as your teacher and try to understand what's happening in you. In you, because it's always about what you're supposed to get and how you can heal whatever is going on in you because it needs to be healed. Everything that I've learned in this journey of life is that, which I wish I had known actually so much younger, is that everybody is coming through as a teacher. And that if you could look at them that way, it actually demystifies them in some way. It takes away some of the irritation about them. And this person came to teach me about my pain. This person came to teach me about strength that I didn't know I had.
And I think one of the cool things about you is you are a learner and a teacher. You just recently talked to the coach from Duke.
Right. For your show.
For our show.
All right, here we go. Let's go. Motion.
Head coach Kara Lawson is changing the game.
Hit the guard on the tight curl.
Not just for her players on the Duke women's basketball team.
Good.
But for everyone, thanks to her message captured during a team practice earlier this year and posted on social media that went viral.
You wait for stuff to get easier. It will never get easier. What happens is you handle hard better. So that's a mental shift that has to occur in each of your brains. It has to. Because if you go around waiting for stuff to get easier in life, it's never gonna happen.
What did you learn about life from her?
First of all, I think we all need coaches in some way, right? It's not just the person who's on the basketball team or the football team. And I always looked at coaches on those young people and thought, God, I wish I had that now at this age. Somebody coaching me forward, right? She said, you know, I was focused on only 17 people. And it went to tens of millions of people. Jeez. And she said, I think people focus a lot of the time on like, I have to impact the world. And just focus on the 1, 5, 17 people you want to focus on, and then leave the rest kind of up to God. I always say up to God. Coach Lawson said, you know, I'm here to remind people that they have done hard things and they can do more hard things. And what I took away from that was like, I've actually done hard things. I don't give myself credit for the hard things that I've already done,
Yeah.
which then encourages me or inspires me. Yeah, I can do more hard things because
Yeah.
I've done them.
I've done
I
that.
forget about them.
Yeah.
And I took that away, that we're capable of doing hard things in our future because we've done them to get to where we are.
Right. Look at us sitting here. And I like that, like, don't go wide, go deep.
Yeah, she's like, I wasn't talking to anybody else.
wasn't.
She said, because I took her
Yeah.
speech and put it up on my Instagram, and she goes, I for sure wasn't talking to Maria Shriver.
Isn't that interesting?
But I ended up talking to her. And I was like, that is so wise. Just focus on the kid that's in front of you, the friend that's in front of you. I did not grow up with that message. And I have found in my life that what fills me up, what makes me feel good, is not what I thought when I was 20 or 30. It's I'm talking to you, somebody's talking to me. And that's kind of, I think, a secret that people don't talk about enough.
When did you start on this journey of like figuring out who you were? Because I would imagine with all your kids and your life, you were just getting through.
I've actually thought a lot about, and I'm on a continual quest actually to learn about myself, why I'm here, and how I'm moving through the world and its effect on my small world, right? And so I've often thought about, was I always curious? And the answer is yes, I was always curious, which is why journalism was so great for me. I think I've had a couple big pillar moments. I think when my dad lost, he was the vice presidential nominee on the McGovern ticket, and that was a huge, hard lesson about politics for me.
Which
it was, that it was, for me, loss, grief, it was assassinations. It kind of confirmed for me, like, oh, I don't want anything to do with this. It's not real, it's not honest, it's not what it pretends to be. And the journalism lesson was, that I could put my whole heart and soul, I could work 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, and they could decide on a whim it was over and I'm out the door, right? And certainly I wanted to have a different kind of marriage than my parents had. I wanted to have a different kind of life than my parents did. And the ending of all of that definitely sent me on a journey to reevaluate everything in my life, every aspect of my life, and how I had gotten where I was, what was my role in it, what could I do better, what had I done that put me in that place. I looked at my religion, I looked at the judgments of my religion, I looked at my own judgments, I looked at myself as a woman, I looked at everything. And I did everything that was available that I could find to heal myself. And I still look at myself as on a healing journey. I think I just kind of have tried to dig deep and to understand that how I work in the world has a lot to do with how I feel about myself. And I didn't connect those two things. I was raised with just go out and try to work on the world and don't worry if you're upset or angry or resentment or any of these things. And then to actually turn that journey onto myself and into myself and then connect it to how I go out in the world has been a glorious journey for me.
I remember once you were talking to me and you said you were trying to separate what you believed as and wondering like what you believed inside or what things your parents put in you when you were a kid. Parents put things in us when we were a kid and we say, I always believe X. So you were discovering, I still remember you were combing through stuff in your life, like what do I actually believe and what stuff was taught to me so much and drummed into me that became part of my DNA. How did you break through all that stuff?
I think, we all at some point go through that, right? We all wonder, like, is this my opinion or is this my parents' opinion or is this, just something I heard and adapted? And I think that's a gradual process. I grew up in this big Democratic family and I was taught to believe that people who were Republicans, were the enemy. And then I fell in love with a Republican and I was like, what whoa, you know? And then everybody in my family is like, I could see people in my family having judgments about, you know, the person that I was choosing hadn't gone to the same kind of schools that people I grew up with, and wasn't the same political party, and wasn't this and wasn't that. And then I started wondering about judgments.
Yeah.
I started thinking about, gosh, we all judge people that are different from us. So that I began kind of thinking about that. Then I moved to Los Angeles, and my family was like, oh my God, you would have thought I had, you know, I don't know what I had done. You know, my mother was like, you know, you're in Hollywood and that's terrible. And that's, and I was like, is it? I don't know, you know?
Yeah.
And so I think that, you know, I feel blessed to have had obviously the parents that I had, but they're very different than me. And I have some similarities to both of them. But I have tried to pick apart, and I wanted to be, as I said, a different kind of mother, a different kind of wife. And I've only, in my adulthood, tried to kind of be a different kind of woman. And I realized I thought I was so much like my mother in so many ways. And now I'm looking at things like I'm like my mother, but I'm very different from my mother.
How are you the same?
I think we're both restless.
Yeah.
I think we're both determined.
Yeah.
She came up very much in a man's world. And when I was starting out, certainly in journalism, it was very much of a male profession. So I adapted this like, okay, you know, fight.
Right.
And I remember a guy I was working with, it was a teacher, and he said, what are you fighting? And I was like, what do you mean? I'm fighting. And he's like, what? And I was like,
I don't know.
I was like, I don't know.
Yeah.
And he's like, you ought to be thinking about what you're fighting.
Yeah.
Maybe that's old. And you're bringing the fight, you know, to the room, and you've already won that fight, and it's old. It's over.
You're in the room now.
And you're in the room. And so you don't have to do that anymore.
Right.
And no one had ever said to me,
wow.
You know, like it's like my friend Martha Beck, I was like, I got to hurry up and do this. And she goes, where are you hurrying up to? Where are you rushing to? And I was like, I got to get this done. I get this. She goes, well, but why? And I was like, yeah.
If you really break it down.
So I've actually tried to slow down.
Yeah.
Because I'm a different person when I'm going slow.
Yeah.
You know, everybody's rushing and they have their face in their phone and they're, you know, running through their life. And I did that. And I don't remember a lot of it because I was running through. And so now I try to go slower so I can remember the conversations. I can remember the moments. I can remember the people.
Right. Okay. You told me how you're the same as your mom. How are you different?
I'm not as angry as my mom.
Yeah.
I don't have as much rage as my mom.
Yeah.
I've been able to delve into that in a way she couldn't. She wasn't given the opportunity, or she didn't know that it existed there. So I have a very different spirituality. I think I have, she was deeply religious, and I think I'm deeply spiritual. I've been able to explore my femininity in ways I think my mother never could. I think I'm a more kind of physically affectionate mother than my mother was.
Was it hard or awkward in the beginning if you didn't receive it to give it, or was
No,
it
because I
easily?
knew that I didn't receive it, and I needed to give it.
You needed to, yeah.
Because it was a big thing for me not to get it.
Yeah.
And I think I also say that my mother was probably not the recipient of it either.
Yeah.
And that we talked about breaking cycles in our families, and that's a cycle I wanted to break.
How was your mom with your kids?
Very different
Yeah.
than she was with the five of us. I have 4 brothers and myself. And so she was able to take more time. I think my mother was in a real rush. When I was little, her brother was president. She was trying to build a worldwide organization. She was trying to change the world. And I think that's really hard to push up against that 24/7 and, you know, bounce the ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really hard. And I always said to myself, I knew that my kids, you know, would end up in therapy at some point, but I knew that they wouldn't be able to say she wasn't there. They could say she was this, or this, but I didn't want them to say that I had chosen something over them. I wanted them to know that they were my priority, and I wanted them to feel that.
One thing that you're doing right now as we speak is we hear a lot about raising kids up and the right way to raise them up, but there's not a whole lot said about how to raise or continue to raise adult children.
Right.
I've seen people, when you were on the show, asking about that, and it doesn't get a whole lot of attention.
I know. Well, I was just actually talking about that. All the parenting books are, for 5 and under, or teenagers, and I think it's complicated with adult children. And I know people say, 18 out the door.
Yeah.
Cut them off, let them go. There's that philosophy. I've tried to kind of look at my home as a fueling station where people can come back and get the love they need, the food they may need, the encouragement and nourishment that they may need, and then to go out into the world. And the truth. The truth.
You always tell them the truth.
Yeah, the truth. The truth that they may not get someplace else. And I think I did not get a lot of talking when I was growing up. I think that's why I started writing books, because I didn't, there were things going on in my family that nobody talked about. And I think that was really detrimental, because you'd say, I would hear things in the zeitgeist, and I'd come home and I'd go, is that true? Or and no, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. And or when, my uncles were killed, we're like, we don't talk about that. We just move right along. And I'm like, yeah, but somebody just, nope, let's go. Do you want to go sailing now? Do you want to talk about something else? And I'd be like,
okay.
Okay.
So you buried it.
So I buried it, and I buried it, and I buried it. And whatever you bury comes out. And so I think learning about that helped me. And I think also wanting to talk and realizing I was in a family that was well known that didn't talk about it. So where could I talk about it? Because I didn't want to talk about my family. So I masqueraded it in the books.
Isn't that interesting?
So I talked to the world
about
grief, about heaven, about intellectual disability, about Alzheimer's in my children's book or in my reporting, so I could talk about what I couldn't talk about at home.
Wow. That is fascinating.
Yeah.
And then when did you start just saying, okay, well, I'm just telling the truth. That's how I'm going to go through life.
I think I started feeling like I had the freedom or the permission when my marriage ended. I first, felt like, I better go and figure out, what is the truth? And I went to a convent I did so many things, but one of the things I did is I went to a convent to be in silence and, to look for advice. And the Reverend Mother there said to me at the very end, she said, I think you came here looking for permission. And I felt like I was in a scene out of The Sound of Music, which had been I was like, oh, what? She goes, you can't come live here. And she goes, but you do have permission to go out and become Maria. And I was like, sobbing. And I'm like, who's that? I was like, who is that? And so I think the word permission, I had never given myself permission to feel, to be vulnerable, to be weak, to be brought to my knees. And the world did it to me. And then I was like, okay, God, like, let's go.
Yeah.
And I'm going to take this and learn everything I can about my role and what I need to learn. You know, when something like that or the universe knocks you like that, I think you have to like not focus on the other person, just figure out like, what is your learning curve? What do you need to learn from this experience? And so I gave myself permission to start learning.
You talked about, I was asking you about raising up adult kids.
Yeah, just about giving them a place
yeah,
to
a
come
place to
home,
come home
nurture.
to.
Yeah, that's what I feel that is my role. And I'm learning
Yeah.
a role as a mama G.
Yeah.
How do I roll with my children's relationships? Do
Mhm.
I give my opinion? Do I not?
you?
I do.
Okay.
But I don't keep
Right, you
giving
give it once.
I'm giving maybe twice.
But you let them know.
Yeah, I let them know, you know, and then I have to step out because it's not my life. And watching your kids fall and make mistakes and everything is painful.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the other thing I've learned, actually, that I wish somebody had told me
What's
very
that?
young, is the and, joyful and painful. The greatest thing ever, and it's the most heartbreaking thing ever. So it's a lot of and, holding both things on any given day.
Yes, the
you know,
and.
The and.
That's good. That's
yeah,
good.
not but and.
If you're listening and you haven't read Maria's Sunday paper, please read it. I look forward to it every Sunday morning. And the one, you've had so many brilliant ones, but there was one about when people feel invisible.
Yeah.
And that struck me. And it actually surprised me to hear you say that about yourself. Like, I was reading that and you talking about when you were next to Arnold, sometimes people would reach across you as if you weren't there to get to him.
That's a big story of my life, actually, feeling invisible. I grew up feeling invisible in an incredibly public, famous family. So if you, as a child, are standing next to the President of the United States, 2 U.S. senators, the First Lady, nobody's looking at you. You are background noise. And you take that with you really through life, and you end up putting yourself in situations where that continues until you learn your lesson. That it's not about other people seeing you, it's about you seeing yourself. And that took me a really long time to learn. And so I would find myself getting angry at people, you know, who came up and didn't acknowledge that I existed. When I was standing next to Arnold, or when I was standing next to, you know, my uncle or something, I'd be like, ah. And then I was like, they're teaching me a lesson. That it's not about whether they see me. Do I see me? Am I visible to me? I thought what made people feel seen was winning an Emmy, getting an award, getting a book, being on TV. But what actually makes people feel seen and worthy is talking to them, sitting with them, calling them, slowing down.
Right.
Sitting on the porch going, I don't have anywhere to go.
Oh my God.
I'm right here with
right
you,
here. Oh.
and you are enough.
It's funny because you're talking about relationships, parent, work, spouse, all that stuff. You are doing these things are amazing. It's radically reframing. And
right.
now you're doing radically reframing
Relationships. Yeah.
How do you radically reframe
relationships?
Yeah,
Well,
like
I think they are already being radically reframed. I mean, I look at my kids in their 20s and 30s, their marriages, their relationships or not marriages are so radically different than my generation. How people get in and out of friendships. You know, people midlife understanding they need new friendships, delving out into friendships, understanding that friendships take work, and then also looking at the different kinds of relationships that exist that you need.
It does take real work.
It does, yeah.
Are you expanding? Like, tell me about your friendship circle, or do you kind of?
I'm not. No, I mean, I wish. I feel like, you know, there was my college friends, my high school friends, and then, you know, when I had little kids, there were like all the
mom
mommies.
friends.
Then all my kids left, right?
Yeah.
So then all of a sudden, kind of a lot of the school mommy friends left
Drift
too,
off, right.
They drifted off. And I found like at work, most of the people other than us are like 20.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, they are.
So I'm conscious of the fact that I want to make sure the friends I do have, that I'm going deep.
And the other thing that I feel like is so big with you is you're radically reframing aging.
Yes, that's very important to me.
It was so important, but yeah.
Yeah, because we're all aging, right? A lot of it is such a state of mind. But your mindset about who you are, what you're capable of, whether your best days are in front of you, that's so important to be able to think positively about the aging experience. It's a blessing. It's a gift to keep reminding yourself, as opposed to looking in the mirror and going like, damn, who's that? Because we all have that critical voice, right? And it's never, or certainly mine has never been kind to me. And so I have to catch myself all the time, like, you're okay.
Yeah, you got this.
You got this. You're never going to be this young again.
Yeah.
So enjoy it.
There's a person I see occasionally walking around, and she's always like, "Oh God, getting old's a pain," and I don't think that way. I mean, I just feel like
Well, you're so optimistic. You're so upbeat.
Yeah.
You're so positive. And so that's such a great thing to be around because that's contagious and that makes you feel also good about yourself, right? If you're around somebody, their energy, like we were talking the other night, walks into the room before they do.
Yes.
And
you feel them coming in.
Right.
You feel
and it's big.
Yeah, yeah. I love speaking to you.
Are we finished?
I don't want it to be.
We made space. You made space.
Marie, I love you.
I love you too.
Thanks for coming to see me. For music icon Shania Twain, songs like That Don't Impress Me Much,
That don't impress me much.
You're Still the One,
You're still the one I run to.
and Man, I Feel Like a Woman,
Man, I feel like a woman.
catapulted her into musical icon status. She became the top-selling female country music artist in history. But behind the music is the ultimate story of survival. After a battle with Lyme disease, Shania came close to losing the very thing that kept her alive, her voice. The Shania you'll meet today has experienced a rebirth, more confident, more at peace, and with more agency in her own life. This Shania is free. The Shania who sits across from me today is open, honest, and unapologetic.
You are in a beautiful chapter in your life. I feel like you're comfy in your own skin. How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated in so many ways. I'm feeling positive and optimistic, but still at the same time very unapologetic.
That's a good word.
You know what I mean? I don't feel like I need to explain myself as much as probably ever in my life. But I feel very responsible still. You know, like the Queen of Me title for the new album, it couldn't be more fitting for where I'm really at in my own mind. I'm responsible for myself. I take the good with the bad. I know I've got faults. I know I'll never be perfect. And I'll keep striving to be better, but I'm mostly enjoying the search.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying the evolution.
They say there's that saying, if you're not learning, you're dying. If you're not growing, you're dying. And I feel like through all these chapters in your life, you're always evolving. Because some people are very similar, I feel like, year to year to year, but I don't feel like that's you at all.
I feel like I'm an explorer at
Yeah.
heart. You know, I like to explore things I've never done, mostly things I've never thought of. That's where songwriting is so great because it's a creative platform to let my imagination run wild, and I'm a true explorer in that sense with songwriting. So that's always been a very liberated space for me anyway, but I think more in my real life, I'm taking on more of the, you know, I'm letting go of inhibition a lot more.
Wow. People say write what you know. If someone were just to see this album and see your life, they would say, wow, her life was rose-colored glasses and she went through that way. This is a moment in your life where you are seeing the joy.
I'm celebrating the joy.
Yeah, yeah.
Really. I've always seen the good in things. I've always been an optimistic person, but I'm appreciating being able to sing again after this, you know, very difficult operation on my throat. I'm just grateful for so many things. I have a great son. I have a happy marriage. I'm healthy. My focus is more about well-being than it's ever been before. I'm just concerned less about the small things.
I love it.
You know, the important things. There's a small list of really, really essential things in order to be happy.
Yes, yes.
It's a small list.
What do you need to be happy?
You know, you need health.
Health, you got that.
Yes,
Yeah.
you got health. I need freedom, meaning, I mean, anything creative gives me freedom.
Yeah.
I could live in a box and still find that freedom.
Wow, that's good.
I really could. I can escape with my mind.
Yeah.
And I'm exploring that more than I've ever done before. I'm writing things that are more explorative, more, I wouldn't say more honest, because I've always been very honest.
Mhm.
I'm more frank than I've ever been.
Mhm. That's a good thing to be.
You know, with my lyrics.
The songs are fun. They're bouncy. Giddy Up is a blast. You decide that you are going to be 100% you.
Yeah.
I mean, this is terrifying at any age.
Yeah.
At our age, it's maybe a little extra.
Well, I did a photo shoot in the nude.
Mhm.
And
In the nude.
In the nude.
First
And
time you've ever done
First
that?
time. Are you kidding? Oh my gosh. No, that was a real leap of faith in my own courage.
Yeah.
People always thank me for being so courageous about
Yeah.
talking about certain things, about sharing things. And I started to look at myself and say, you know, how courageous really am I?
Wow.
How much inspiration am I really giving? And am I really living that inspiration myself? It's been a lot of reflection. And no, listen, when I stand in front of the mirror, I don't like to stand in front of the mirror.
You don't.
No. Or only at certain angles. Or if I look at myself from head to toe in the mirror, I see my faults. I'm just tired of that lack of freedom. I want to be more relaxed and comfortable in my own skin. It is what it is, and I can't change it. So it's the way I see things that has to change instead of changing who I am and what I look like. So fashion and clothing and styling and glamour, hair, makeup, all that stuff. This is something that I like to play with. And you can play with how clothing and hair and makeup can complement your assets or make your faults disappear even. But when you're naked, now you're relying entirely on your own love of yourself and respect for yourself. So there's two different things. I can feel beautiful when I'm dressed up, and I feel beautiful when I'm naked too. There's no way I would have said that before I took this leap of do a naked photo shoot. I don't even know where I got the courage to do it. I think I just got fed up of judging myself.
It's not funny how we do that.
Just fed up with it, you
Yeah.
know? Why am I doing this?
Yeah. So let's talk about just how you grew up. Did you know that your childhood upbringing was different, was difficult? You didn't have often enough money for food, to keep the lights on, for heating. These are basic essentials that a child needs. Did you know what you were living in at the time?
I certainly did from the moment I started going to school. In the autumn in Canada, it's cold. You need winter clothing. I would go through a whole winter with rubber boots. It's dangerous. You know, your feet can freeze. You can't go out for recess with rubber boots. So I'd have to make up excuses to stay in for recess. So it was really clear early on that we weren't like the other kids, that we weren't dressing like we needed to. We weren't eating like we needed to.
How do you mean?
All the other kids came to school with lunches, like nice lunches, you know. Even if it wasn't elaborate, even if it was just a sandwich and an apple and a drink. There'd be days when we would have nothing, and I would always sit there going, "Oh my gosh, is she not going to eat her apple? Like if she would just give me that apple, you know?" And I didn't ever want to ask because then suspicion starts rising. You know, why don't you have your own lunch? And when my teacher would ask that, I would say, "Oh, I forgot it," or "Oh, I'm not hungry. It's in my locker," or. And you learn very quickly that you are not within the norm.
Was it shame? What was it?
Part of it was shame, and also a lot of it was to stay under the radar.
Why?
This is very important for kids that are neglected or abused because you've got social services stepping in the door, you know, taking the kids away or getting your parents in trouble.
So you were afraid of getting them in trouble.
Afraid of getting them in trouble and afraid of being separated.
I can't imagine carrying that burden as a kid. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I can't ask for help because if I ask for help, then I'm going to get my mom and dad in trouble. So therefore, I will live this way.
And it'll be my fault.
And it'll be your fault if something
That's right.
goes wrong.
Yes, if I say something, it'll be my fault if my parents get in trouble. It'll be my fault that the kids are separated. It'll be my fault.
Did your parents bring that up to you, or how did you know that?
Oh, my parents made it very clear. It's a burden. It's too much for a child to have to cope with the lack of necessities, but then to also keep it a secret when you're going out there every day into this normalcy, into what you know is normal.
Yeah, you're like, why don't we have that? I mean, it seems so basic. So your escape was what ended up being your talent, and which brings you here today, which is your singing. Was that how you escaped what seems like a very unsettling childhood? Did you just hide away and write or sing, or what did you do?
Hiding away is a very good way to start this this off, because a lot of times I was hiding away from violence in our house, when things got really tough financially, but it affected us in sometimes more difficult ways than others. Easiest thing for me to do was mind over matter. Distract myself, do something else, so you forget that you're hungry. I would definitely take my guitar and I would go out to the bush normally. I would go out. We always lived somewhere remote, and there was always, the bush was always very close by, so I could walk 5-10 minutes, be in the middle of the bush, light a fire, and
play your guitar.
Write stories.
You did.
Write songs. And that was the greatest escape. And I got good at telling stories. I got good at escaping. I got good at creating imaginary tales and stories. And I ran away in my mind.
But it was your mom who recognized in you that you had a talent. Was her ultimate goal like, let me get Shania out of this? Or did she want you to sing just because she knew you would be talented and she thought this would be a good fit?
My mother did definitely believe that I was talented. She was very deeply convinced that I was talented, beyond the norm. And she also realized that this could be our break, this could break the cycle of our lives. I felt the pressure of that too, because I didn't want to be on stage. I hated it. I was petrified to sing in front of other people.
Wow.
I was great escaping off to the forest, off to the bush, or in a closet somewhere just by myself and singing and writing. It was my own special place to go to in my mind. I wasn't meant to be a performer.
Wow.
But she realized that the only way that I could succeed was to be on the stage doing it.
She took you to bars and you sang in the middle of the night when a kid should be sleeping, but you sang. She took a risk by taking you out there in the night, a risk not just from your father and the abuse, but just, what's this doing to my child? But yet, somehow, weirdly, that ended up kind of helping you in your career. Is that fair?
It's very fair to say that it helped me in my career. There were no children performing in bars at that time. Kids are not allowed to be in a liquor premises. So this is why I had to go in after midnight.
So you went after they stopped serving booze, then you could go sing.
Then legally, technically, she convinced them that I could go in there then. Now everyone's drunk by then. This is the irony of it, right? Everyone's already drunk by midnight. So this is now my audience. I mean, my mother, of course, she would have known that I was going to have trouble all those times getting up for school the next morning, and I had a huge responsibility in the mornings. I was ironing my dad's shirt and his pants, getting ready for work. I was getting the kids out of bed. I had to wake them up at 6 o'clock. I was responsible for the alarm clock and getting everybody breakfast, the kids on the bus. It was
you?
Yes, it was a whole routine. And so a lot of times I missed school. I was just too exhausted, or I missed my bus. I just didn't make it in time.
Yeah. Did your dad think you were talented?
My dad very much believed in my talent.
Yeah.
He loved my voice. You know, his idea of me being a singer was to get up and sing for family and friends. He was the much more reasonable one in that sense.
Yeah. So as you're growing and your voice is improving and you've got all this stuff going and I think you're 22 years old, and there are days that you don't forget in your life, and this was, I'm sure, one of yours. How did you learn that both of your parents had died in an accident?
I was in Toronto working. I was working on my backup plan in case I didn't make it as a singer. So I'm at a computer programming school, and I'm gigging at night. I'm doing, I'm gigging in bands at night, and I'm at this school, and I get a call that my parents were killed, and my sister had called me and told me that they died in a car accident. And I mean, I just, I fell apart totally, just into shock for days. And I just couldn't let go of them.
What did you lose the day they died?
I lost a foundation. I lost a very important foundation. As rickety as it was still a foundation. It was still a foundation that I associated with. My whole life history was there with them.
Well, then you had to be a mom to your siblings. How many siblings did you have? Or do you have?
4 siblings, but three minors.
So you were becoming mom again at 22. So you had your dreams, or however you were trying to cobble your life out. You're like, now I'm back, and now I'm taking care of
the kids.
The kids, that's what you called them.
How
much older?
My kids, I call them that often. I know they're not mine, but I just do say that. But my older sister was married, and she had 2 children. She was very, very busy, with her life. My younger sister was still living at home, and my 2 younger brothers were still, 13 and 14 years old. And I didn't, we all agreed that they shouldn't be separated. But it was, no relatives were able to take both of them in. So the only way to keep them together was for us to stay together.
So you did that too.
So I did that.
I've heard a lot of where you've came from stories from different artists, I don't think I've ever heard one like yours. I mean, yours is, and the way you speak about it is honestly and very matter-of-factly, and I know that there's a lot behind it, but I feel when I watch what happened to your career, it kind of all makes sense. It's like, of course you fought through. Of course this was something you could do. Do you think once your career started rolling, did it feel like a puzzle piece that fit? Like you were now riding a wave instead of swimming upstream?
I definitely lacked motivation to be a performer, to be in the spotlight. That was always going to work against me. The drive was out of desperation. The drive was not ambition. There's a big differentiation. I don't know many stars, that get to this point that didn't have a genuine ambition. My honest ambition, if I could have been Stevie Wonder's backup singer, that would have been my dream come true. My dreams were different from where I ended up. I ended up being this big performer. Nothing that I would ever have been able to imagine. But my desperation was so strong. I knew there was nothing to go back to, especially after my parents died. There were no other options for me in life now that I had not gone to college. So by the time I did make it to Nashville, I was fearless.
Yeah.
You were not able to intimidate me. You can say anything you want. It's okay.
Yeah.
I'm all right. There's no way to discourage me now from getting somewhere with this.
I've never heard it described as ambition versus desperation. That's a whole different animal right there. Did you ever then love performing on stage? When did it switch, or did it?
It took me a really, really long time. I started really enjoying being on stage when I started getting my voice back again. I didn't love being on stage. I was loving the people, but I couldn't see beyond my responsibility to the people.
I see.
But I felt like they needed so much. They needed something I couldn't give them. And I realized later, like I realize now, that all I had to do was give them what they were giving me. That's all I had to do. But it was as simple as that. And I don't know why I couldn't see that earlier. I took it for granted maybe, or maybe I was just allowing my stage fright to create so much angst that I couldn't, because I was doing something against my will almost, against my comfort zone.
Right.
So this is why with the naked thing, taking these photographs naked, I'm like pushing myself through this. I'm uncomfortable with it, so I'm gonna do it.
It's like
I'm gonna do it till I get comfortable with it.
I love it. That's actually a good lesson, because some people think if it feels like it's against your nature, then stop. But you kept pushing through, because usually there's this fight or flight.
I was only hurting myself.
Yeah.
You see, I was the only one missing out. I would say the same thing. If it doesn't feel right, stop, because it's probably hurting someone else.
Yeah.
It's probably not right. There's something wrong with it.
Yeah.
But if you're missing out on something because of fear, and you're letting fear get in your way, you are the only one you're hurting.
Yeah.
I should have been enjoying all of those years of performance. I should have been indulging in all of that exchange with the audience instead of resisting it. And all of these years, I should have been enjoying myself in my own skin instead of wishing I was different.
Well, what's so fun now is watching you enjoy yourself in your own skin, and watching you like inspire. First of all, when Harry Styles and you were up on stage, I was like, there's this magic. And I was watching that moment and I was like, yes, there was something about that. And to watch Taylor Swift on Bended Knee, you have all of the people who will be icons in the future, who are now, incredible pop stars, are looking at you on this huge pedestal. What is that like?
The mutual respect.
Mutual, yeah.
It's everything. Because me and these kids that are icons in their own right are the same kids that were my fans when they were 4 and 5 and 6. So we are having this cyclic phenomenon in my mind. I'm being reintroduced to them as adults now. This reunion of admiration. It's incredible. It's very, very surreal.
I feel like your life has had so many highs and so many difficult times, and you keep rolling, like you just keep rolling. So I felt like if someone had your childhood, then after that, everything should just be easy, because life should never be filled with more downs after surviving what you survived. Yet, like a lot of people in this world, there are marriages that don't work, and then there's a recovery from that. How did you ever come back from that? How did you rebuild just the trust or your own belief in yourself? Like, am I choosing right?
I am somebody who tends to live in the future. I play my own if game. If this ever happened to me, what would I do? And it's almost like I'm always preparing myself for something bad to happen, but I don't live in anxiety about it, but I do keep the glass half full. So when I lost my voice, for example, I'm thinking, okay, well, if I never am able to sing again with pleasure and for other people's pleasure, I'm going to write songs that other people sing for me. There's always a way to get pleasure out of the things you love, even if you can't do them the same way. Even now, I can't sing the same way. I sing differently. I'm celebrating the fact that I can still sing, period. Because I've been told by the doctors that just the physiology and the procedure that I had done may not last forever. So I either may have to have that operation again, which was very painful, and probably the most painful thing was not being able to speak for 3 weeks, because I can be quite chatty. No, it was very painful. But so would I do it again? I don't know. Would I do it again so I can carry on singing? I don't know. A lot of I don't knows. But I know that I will find another way, or a way to get satisfaction out of music and pleasure out of music. So this is the way I am about everything in life, if I, even on the most basic level, just, when life throws you lemons, make lemonade, and I really believe that.
Do you rely on people? I mean, do you allow yourself to? Because once you've been let down, sometimes it's like, you know what? I'm driving this bus now. Everyone can jump on if they want, but this is the way I'm going to do it.
I'm the boss of me. I am not the boss of anybody else. And I cannot control how other people treat me, what they do to me, or what is in my destiny. I don't know. I don't know what the plan is. I don't know what God has planned for me. I accept that whatever the plan is what it is. But I do expect myself to manage whatever it is that comes my way. And I hold myself to that. I really think that we have to do that. We have to carry on. We can't give up. We can't quit. So I'm definitely not a quitter. I will find a way. I will find a solution. Maybe that's just the creative side of me, but there is no way that I will never stop until I find a way
Mhm.
to get through something or to get to the other side of it.
You talked about you have a beautiful, happy marriage. What makes it work?
Ooh, communication. He's better at it than I am.
Yeah.
I'm definitely the person that would just rather go and play my guitar
Yeah.
and work through my emotions that way. But he's very good about communicating. So he's always the one, let's talk about this. And so communication, it doesn't hurt that he's, drop dead gorgeous and sexy, and that, so the attraction remains. I think that's very important.
Yeah,
You need to be in love with each other in the 1st place. But marriage is friggin' hard.
Yeah.
Because we go through so many different phases as individuals, and then how to work through those individual changes and be respectful and empathetic to each other as we're going through our own stuff.
Shania, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. For so many of us, the Judd family feels like our family. They've been so famous for so long, beloved by so many. Winona, as you'll hear her joke about, is wearing sequins during this afternoon's conversation I have with her. It's not just her signature style, but really a metaphor for her bold and sparkling spirit. But today, the tone is noticeably heavier. What's weighing on Winona, of course, is the passing of her mom, Naomi. Country music lost a legend. Winona also lost her singing partner. They became famous as a duo known as the Judds. You can't say the name Winona without thinking about Naomi. Naomi passed away in April of 2022. She was just 1 day shy of her induction into the Country Music Hall of Fame. An autopsy report stated she died by suicide. The last words Winona said to her mother, "I love you."
Love can build a